Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
And include the place where you are coming from right now in our chat box. While waiting for your greetings, guys, today is a little bit extra special because it marks the opening salvo of our 2022 webinar series. This is indeed a momentous event for our chapter as they stay true to our commitment to bring you the best webinars showcasing our profession and latest electronics technologies. So we have here, going back to your greetings, we have here from Davao, magandang IECEP, from Cavite, and from Japan. So thank you everyone for that warm greetings. Okay, so I believe we are all set right now. To our dear participants, please note that this session is being recorded and we are also streaming live on our YouTube channel. So what's in store for us this Saturday afternoon? We will be having our first technical webinar about 5G networks by Engineer Sajid Makabalang and the induction of 2022 IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN officers. I know you're all excited, and wherever you are right now, please sit back, relax, and enjoy our webinar. To kick off our event, let us first hear an opening message from a very envisioned woman, a woman who motivates us with her passion and by example. When we say the word gorgeous, it is by default anchored to her name. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our immediate past governor, Engineer Tanya M. Osorio.
Hello, Hannah. Hi, Ma'am Han. Thank
Hello,
you so
ma'am.
much
Good
for
afternoon.
Ayan, okay. Thank you so much for the kind introduction and thank you for confirming that you can hear and of course see me well. So anyway, good afternoon to our guests and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from the Soxargen region, Kalinaw at Magandang Jensan. So I am deeply honored to be given the opportunity to formally open the 2022 technical webinar series and activities of my beloved chapter, our chapter po, IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. So alam niyo naman po, since 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected and has taken a toll on all of us. And this has forced us into the new normal of conducting activities and events. Now, for your information, for everybody's information, prior to today, your dedicated SOCS officers have really placed into consideration a hybrid type of event just so our members would get a chance to gather and see each other personally, even for just one activity. But unfortunately, however, reasonable restrictions were imposed, so it has reverted us back into this virtual setup. And that is where we are now. But please know that IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN is continuously thinking of ways and responding to the challenges to ensure continuous learning opportunities for all our members in the profession. So speaking of learning opportunities, I am very proud to share that our first technical webinar for 2022 entitled A Deep Dive in 5G Networks will be delivered by no less than Engineer Sajid N. Makabalang, a true-blooded SOCS warrior who may not be an officer of the chapter, but has been selfless and exemplary for the love of the profession. So to Engineer Makabalang, my congratulations in advance, for this is going to be another energized, constructive, and educational opportunity. So this is the the thing with live events. You can see my kids in the background. But anyway, my daughter says hi. Anyway, well, later on, we shall bear witness to the formal, hi Blakey, to the formal induction into office of our 2022, my kid is here, of our 2022 IECEP-SOCS officers and Board of Trustees. So let me extend my congratulations and the highest, of course, commendation to our soon-to-be inducted officials, and my personal gratitude for your dedication, commitment, and hard work. We are 12 years strong po in IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN because of your leadership. So alam nyo, the chapter is really fortunate to have youthful, purposeful, committed, and dedicated young professionals who are willing to make necessary sacrifices in the service of the profession. So kudos to all of our officers. And personally, I would like to say I am proud of all of you and everything that you do. So likewise to our members, you are actually the strength and the inspiration of your chapter officers to continuously perform and exert more effort in providing quality events and achieving excellence in all that we do. And finally, to our participants of this webinar, let us take this event as an avenue to learn more about 5G network, which is salient in our professional growth. I hope this event will super energize, yung hashtag natin in the chat box. I hope this event will truly super energize, spark more appreciation and support to the chapter and IECEP in general. On behalf of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN and my kids in the background earlier, I formally open the first technical webinar and induction of officers 2022. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Gov Tanya. Thank you so much, Gov Tanya. Yes, it is indeed true that the strength of the chapter lies in our very active participants or active members. Now, moving on, you can see here in our page, in our deck, that the official Facebook page of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. So please, guys, please help us spread the good news and spread the future events of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN by liking us on Facebook for you to keep posted in our future announcements and events in our IECEP community. We also have here the official YouTube channel of our IECEP National. So please send us your support by subscribing and turn on the notification bell for you to be alerted by the latest webinars, general announcements, vlogs, and other programs offered by our beloved organization. Well, aside from that, we are also streaming live via our official YouTube channel. So shout out sa mga participants natin na nasa YouTube and nanonood doon. So may I request sa ating participants at sa ating mga viewers, napakipusuan nyo naman po ang ating live chat section to express our love for our beloved organization. And again, we want to remind everybody that this session is being recorded. All right, so let us make a noise in our Facebook pages or our social media for our hashtags. Let us trend our IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN webinar by posting a screenshot or selfie, a shout out on our social media accounts, FB, Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok by including official hashtags, which are hashtag IECEP-SOCCS, hashtag IECEP-SUSTAINABLE, hashtag #OneIECEP, hashtag IECEP-PUSO, and hashtag Mabuhay IECEP. Okay, guys, again, let us use these hashtags for us to make a noise, okay? So I know you're all excited, and moving on to our next part of the program, let me call Engineer Fang Lily F. Canonigo for the reading of the House Rules.
Oh,
Yes.
I clear enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So for the house rules, this will be our guidelines for this afternoon's webinar. So for all participants, we must stay on mute unless it is your turn to speak. Next, keep your video off. However, we will ask you to turn it on during the photo opportunity before the end of the session. To limit distractions, find a quiet place so you can focus on the webinar. Be an active participant. So for questions, you may type it in the chat box or on the page. Then we will go over it during the Q&A session. And please, no spamming in the chat box. Kindly accomplish the attendance evaluation form, which will be given after the Q&A session. And no form completion, no certificate. So be respectful and courteous, whether in speaking, writing, and even in appearance. Lastly, keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar. Thank you. Ms. Hannah.
Thank you for that, Engineer Felm. Now we were oriented with the house rules. Let me first discuss with you the frequently asked questions. So how to qualify for e-certificates? Of course, we are all being asked by this since we migrated into online webinars. So for us to qualify to e-certificates, first, of course, you must be a registered participant. Next, you must make sure that you have completed 90% of the session. For the purpose of this webinar is for you to gain knowledge and skills during this session. We also have our attendance committee who will be checking your attendance. And next is you must pass the evaluation test and you must accomplish the post-webinar evaluation survey, which will be posted together with the attendance link in our chat box later. Of course, please take note that the certificate will be available in our My IECEP website. Okay, so that's it. Let us now proceed to our main event. Our technical session will discuss about 5G network. A 5G network is the fifth generation of cellular networks, up to 100 times faster than 4G. 5G is creating never before seen opportunities for people and businesses. This webinar will provide insights and overview about 5G networks and will discuss its importance and application. Without further much ado, to introduce our resource speaker for today, let us welcome our IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN trustee, Engineer Mark Macbeth Toledo. Sir?
Thank you, Han. Audio check, marinig ako?
Apo, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So, without further ado, allow me to introduce our resource speaker. So, actually, upon seeing his CV, no, nakakalula yung mga experience niya. So, let me start with his major affiliation. He is a member of course, ICEP because he is an electronics engineer. Also, he is a member of RF Engineer Pilipinas and IR 4.0 Pilipinas. He is a very active and supportive member of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN, also a member of AITO. His work experience, he became a survey design engineer in Huawei Technologies in Saudi Arabia. He also became site acquisition and telecom engineers in Advanced Telecom Systems, also in Saudi, become an IBS design engineer, telecom engineer supervisor in 5 Platinum Development Corp, ECSO in Philippine Ports Authority up to present, and also he deliver a lot of technical webinars from the different organizations from the ICT, IECEP Rizal, IECEP Laguna, and of course his very own IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN with the different titles, Wi-Fi Basic Planning and Design, Understanding Wireless Evolution, 2G, 3G, 4G, LTE, and 5G networks, the HETNET communication system, and also the PEC book for the best practices on DAS. And actually, ang dami pang nakasulat kay Sir. So, grabe talaga si Lodi natin, no? So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us all welcome our super supportive speaker, Engineer Super Sajid Makabalang. Sir?
Hello, good afternoon. Maayong hapon dinhi sa dakbayan sa SOCCSKSARGEN. So, I hope energized kayo. Hinaot ko na dili mo ma-board kay kini siya para ni sa atoa dinhi sa SOCCSKSARGEN. And by the way, I saw one participant. This is my very, very close friend and kabatch ko po. He's from ICEP North Mindanao. So shout out kay Engineer Arnold Siliote. Sir, kabalo ko nakadire. So regards sa taga ICEP North Mindanao. Okay, so without further ado, let's go deeper na. So before I share my screen, I'll just tell you since 2020 sa mga webinars ko po until now, this is a bit more on the applications and the services of 5G. What 5G can offer us, but not entirely in the introduction. Kasi ilang beses na akong nagbibigay ng webinars, puro introduction. But now, we will go deeper naman on how 5G will enable our society. And not just our society, but the industries as well. Pag sinabing industries, alam nyo na yung sa logistics, healthcare, governance, telecommunications, and even yung mga other professionals na mga ECs din, electronics engineers in the field of IT. Because if we're talking about 5G and if we will go deeper, and if we will include in parallel yung tungkol sa sinabi ko na services and the applications, doon na po sa my core network. So if we're talking about 5G, before I'll share my screen, 5G, ano yung pinaka-importante sa 5G? It's the latency. It's the latency or what we call the round trip time where the sender going to the core network will ask for a certain service, and after that, kailangan may establishment. So the data center from the core network, it will give a reply that eto yung latency. So because of that latency issue, which some areas in the Philippines are suffering, even merong 5G, it is because of many factors involved. So now we will go deeper and we will see how 5G behaves if we will give a certain service, a certain slice to this specific application, sabihin natin sa healthcare or e-healthcare. So that slice will be given, dedicated para doon lang sa isang industry. So that is the one of the, or I shall say, one of the best benefit that the operators will give us. So kaya nga, if you notice my previous webinars, merong network architecture doon included in 5G, which is called service-based architecture. So from the root word service, yun na po yun. Mainly that service is coming from the core network. So because we need the good latency, and through the pipeline from the core network going to the mobile users, paano natin ma-maintain yung latency, which is 1 millisecond. Okay, so I'll just type here 1 millisecond. That is one of the 3 target distinct use case requirement that we need para malaman natin na talagang 5G na nga siya. 5G na nga itong network natin dito. Okay? So let me share my screen. Hanggang 5 ito, so I'll gonna make it quick. I hope interactive and ma-absorb nyo po yung discussion ko. Kasi mag-i-induction pa ng mga officers. Manunod pa rin ako. Okay, so let me share. For a while. Okay, so I think you saw my screen already. It's loading. Okay, for a while. So here, okay, before I'll start, ito yung mga speed ko. At least makita nyo na from my end, wala pong problema. So maybe from your end, on your, sabihin natin sa bahay ninyo, ang may problema. So that is part of what I call the latency. If we're talking about latency, it's here. Eto, this is the latency or yung tinatawag natin na ping. Why am I telling you about latency? That is the ping. So by industry practice, as per my experience, being a designer, dumaan din ako sa survey, sa design, supervision sa installation, and also from the optimization, I got most of the experience. What's important in every country, yung ping, because that is the important thing, which is part doon sa tatlong use case requirement ng 5G is the ping or yung latency. So as per my experience, for your information guys, every country merong specific na criteria. So common criteria po, the ping or the service that the telco or the network operator should give us, it must not exceed 20. It must not exceed 20. So parang generic po yan, but in other countries, it's most probably meron pang lower than that. But the thing is, the lower, the better. So I will discuss why latency until the very end is important. That's number one. Second will be the other use cases that I will be discussing. So here, okay, so this is my slide. Siya nga pala, is my audio and video clear? Moderator, is my video and audio clear pala? Just to be sure.
Yes, opo, sir.
Okay, thank you. So here, ito yung main page. So at least interactive. And you'll see that ano ba itong nilagay ni Sir, but ang daming mga diagrams. Actually, those diagrams is the network slice, 5G network slice, which is very, very important sa industriya. So, hindi lahat alam kung ano yung network slicing. Why should we slice the network? Physically, nakikita natin na andyan na yung cell site. Okay, nandyan yung cell site, it's running, it's operating in good condition, gumagana na yung 5G, tinesting ko na, maganda yung download. But we're talking about the inside the core, why operators worldwide are introducing this network slice. And even the latency, they want the latency to be may redundancy. They want to preserve the latency. It should be efficient from the core network going to the RAN or the radio access network until it will reach the mobile users and maintain po. Ang ibig sabihin, maintain yung target, which is 1 millisecond. If I'm talking about target, it can be lower, which is better, or it can be higher. Kagaya nung pinakita ko doon sa speed test ko. But unfortunately, this speed test is for the wired. But for wireless, which is 5G, dyan nyo po makikita sa inyong mga mobile apps if you want to make a speed test on your mobile phone. Yan na po yung actual. So, that is for the consumer side. But for the network slice, this is for the industry. Kung sino yung gusto mag-avail na company, the operator will give a slice of the what? Services. Okay. So, I think may mga estudyante siguro dito on the other channel. So, just to inspire you guys. So, gaya ng sinabi ng immediate past governor, I really started, as an ordinary student. Hindi naman ako overachiever in my school, in my college days. But, nagpursige po ako hanggang sa nakapasa sa board exam. And I wanted to gain, first-hand experience. So wala pa ako experience. I traveled to these parts only in the Philippines kasi I needed experience. So fresh pa ako noon. Until such time that I got a bigger break in overseas. So kaya nagkaroon ako ng experiences. So because of that, of course, kung kaya ko, so imposible naman kung hindi nyo kaya. Okay, so this is my work experiences. It's a consisting of private and government entities, and of course Huawei. And as I've said, hindi pa ako ng dalawang isip to venture outside the Philippines because I really need to excel and to gain career growth. So I hope na kaya ninyo. And itong mga red markings pala, ito yung mga projects that we handle. So 3/4 of Saudi Arabia, naikot ko na po. So what's important is love your job and keep your job. That what was given to you or you achieve, kailangan mahalin mo. So I hope that you will also excel, especially in your endeavors. So it's composed of indoor and outdoor projects. So ito po yung mga projects handled. I just updated and tweaked some of it here on the slides. So mostly it's vendors and projects from the telecom operators abroad. And until now, sila pa rin yung mga top 3. And I heard that there will be a 4th operator in Saudi Arabia. So, sayang, hindi ko nabutan. And, of course, yung projects ko dito. And ito po yung in-update ko. So, I handled on the operations and the technical part. Okay, so makakalimutan ba natin yung mga webinars? So, BICT was the very first who invited me. And secondly, the online community group namin, RF Engineers Pilipinas. And when I was stopped by direct engineer line, so I was really, overwhelmed na they noticed me and I yung ginawa ko lahat kung ano yung may ko-contribute ko, especially on the book 4 because that is one of my experience. So book 4, so we should love our Philippine Electronics Code book 4. Okay, especially that 5G. So our book 4 should be updated. So we need to update and have some amendments, and we need to add small cells on that book 4 sana. And of course, I was invited again for the ICT and IECEP Rizal. And I'm sure guys, about this version 2, the other chapters, Laguna, National Student Chapter 11, and former Governor Paulo also invited me before. And of course, invited din ako ni Lodi Engineer Mark. So I was also, happy that they have given me a chance for this summit. And the ICT as well. And again, the ICT and there's a certain university in Eastern Samar that tapped me. So hindi po ako dalawang isip since this seminar is for their computer engineering students. So ganon kalakas pala ang mga ECEs, even other professions or professionals, which is this Institute of Computer Engineering Engineers of the Philippines. They tapped me, and also Direct Lyle told me that somebody will message me. So hindi pa ako nagdalawang isip that I should share and showcase what IECEP can give to other professionals. So yun, in-invite po ako nila for dito sa Eastern Samar State University. And of course, the ICT tapped me again. Naging suki. So hindi pa ako nagdalawang isip. Again, from the ICT, but this time from the regional office. And si Gov Ron Reyes din. And yung upcoming webinar, so sila din. But this time, in collaboration with Singapore, so maganda po itong topic. Although it's introduction, but you have much to learn on this one because very detailed po ito. And it will be compared how 6G will be in store for us after the 10-year plan in comparison with 5G. So, okay, that's it. So, let's get the ball rolling. And this is me. Ako ang inyong speaker na mag-istorya taman alas 5. So, I will be your resource speaker until 5. Hopefully, I can maximize. So bear with me. I hope you can also absorb what's in store on my webinar. So this is my webinar outline. Okay. So konting introduction then, but this time we will be going further deeper on the transmission, the architecture of 5G only. Okay. Then the RAN, the internal behaviors, and what is radio access network in 5G, by the way, and what are the advanced capabilities, what is cloudification, the exemplar implementation, types of RAN. That is very important because we need to know why. I was talking about network slicing, by the way, for 5G. If we're talking about network slicing, so we are not just giving a slice of the 5G services coming from the core network, but also the network operators are also evolving the core network itself and the radio access part. So ibig sabihin, there will be what? Disaggregation. Before, in LTE, kung mapapansin nyo, merong ano sir, LTE Advanced, LTE Advanced Pro, tapos merong tinatawag na CA sa LTE. Sir, ano ba yung CA? It's called carrier aggregation. Because before, when 4G was introduced, especially here in the Philippines, they give much bandwidth and they aggregate it. They aggregate from the root word aggregate. So now, dahil nakita nila na there are some configurations or practices that ang 5G, we really need to have a better latency. The aggregation part of the network architecture should be disaggregated. Bakit? Ano yung point doon? I will tell you later. Bakit yung disaggregation in the RAN and cloudification and also the checking of the efficiency of the core network, and they are introducing this type of service like network slicing. Bakit ito kailangan sa 5G? Why do we disaggregate? Bakit natin pag biyak-biyakin yung radio access network? It is already existing and operating very well. Pero bakit? Yun yung gusto natin malaman. Okay? And of course, network slicing has a capability of self-management. Yun yung kagandahan. And sir, may nakita ko, bakit merong alliance? Ano ito alliance? It's a group. It's a group composed of what? Vendors, telecom operators, and even, which is hindi kasama dito sa picture, yung mga proprietary companies. Tapos meron pa, hindi na proprietary companies, mga IT companies. Bakit? Why? Because sa 5G, there is what we call also an evolution na ang vision and the target ng alliance na ito, or what we call O-RAN alliance, it's called Open RAN, because with this evolution in the RAN and in the core network, many players can join. Hindi na siya palaging sinasabi natin proprietary, ay si ano lang yan, si Huawei lang yan, si Nokia lang yan, si Ericsson. But this time, this alliance was introduced, was founded, and they are already having research and development, and it is already in other countries practice. Pinapractice na nila yung mga products nila, just like yung mga networking devices products, like for the routing, for the switching, it is already included in the 5G. And also, in 5G, para makuha natin yung better latency, very big bandwidth, chunks of bandwidth, and also the massive connectivity of these devices, part of the RAN, merong mawawala. Dahan-dahan. Ano po yun, sir? Yung connectivity. Because in the long run, nagiging mura yung fiber, and fiber is very immensely rolled out. Halos yung point-to-point na connectivity, yung microwave transmission na connectivity will slowly be removed, and fiber connectivity will replace it. And then, gaya yung sinabi ko, networking devices na hindi proprietary sa mga vendors, other companies can join the architecture. Kaya ang tawag Open RAN. There is already an openness in the network architecture. So magiging maganda na yung 5G. Kaya pala bibilis at bibilis pa yan in the years to come until we will reach the next generation, which is the 6G. Okay? So here, this is the evolution. I'm sure alam nyo ito. just to summarize and not to elaborate more on what I put in the slides, the evolution, what paved the way in the evolution is tumaas yung bandwidth along with the other target use cases, which is the latency and the massive connectivity of those devices if they are simultaneously connected in a single cell, for example. So, eto, for the evolution, alam na alam nyo ito, this is just, from the hardware going to the software, it is slowly evolving until such time that we are already enjoying what we have now, which is the 5G. Okay, so ano ba yung meron sa 5G? Kasi sinasabi parating sir, yung evolution, parang napoboard na ako. Here is what we are experiencing right now. Okay? So, the requirements para masabi natin na talagang 5G is this diagram. Okay? This diagram. So, this is as per 3GPP and ITU-R, or the International Telecommunications Union for Radio, and also by the other standardization organizations, standardization development organizations, or SDOs. This is what we call the target use cases, the distinct requirements of 5G. So if you know this one, rest assured that ito pala yung sinasabi na 5G na talaga yung nararamdaman natin dito sa SOCCSARGEN. So if not, so ibig sabihin, merong mga factors, and I already discussed that one on my previous webinars, na ano ba talaga yung actual scenario kung bakit hindi na-achieve yung tinatawag na URLLC or yung ultra reliable and low latency, yung MMTC or yung EMDB. So it's either the actual scenario is baka malayo yung tower, this and that, maybe the maximum users per cell is already achieved, so nagkaroon na ng congestion, so the other target use requirement is hindi na-achieve. So yun yung actual talaga na nangyayari. But as per the target, kasi target yan eh, so ito po yung tatlo. Okay? So of course, gaya ng sinabi ko, this will not be met overnight. Ibig sabihin, maraming gagawin para ma-achieve natin talaga yung tinatawag na yung sabay yung tatlo na makukuha natin yung mga services. So this is a decade-long endeavor. Okay? If we'll say long endeavor, it is true because sa pag-roll out pa lang, it's already hard for the operators, not just the cost, but for the connectivity as well. So I hope that this will be met before 6G, and I hope here in the Philippines na-achieve na po ito. And as well as yung tinawag ko na slice, because this one is for the consumer side. What about for the industry side? So yun na po yun. I will be discussing that one later. Okay? So on top of these quantitative improvements to the capabilities of the access network, 5G is viewed as a chance for building a platform. So if you're talking about platforms, this is more on the service-based, which is from 5G. And pag sinabing platforms din, it is software-driven din. So hindi lang hardware, mostly in the core network and in the improvement of the RAN, which is yung roadmap ng O-RAN Alliance and 3GPP as well, na magiging streamlined. So, sir, parang nalilito ako, bakit mag-streamline sila? What they are talking about, the streamlining is yung service going to the customer or service going to this other customer or tenants simultaneous po yan binibigay, but there is no disruption. Bakit? Kasi binigyan na natin siya ng isang slice doon sa service. So, on the pipeline, since streamlined naman, dapat tuloy-tuloy yung target natin, yung low latency, bigger bandwidth, and also connected devices in a certain area. Sabihin natin itong floor area na ito or itong perimeter, ganito kalaki ang coverage ng 5G na makikater ng hundreds or not thousands of connected devices on a footprint or footprints talaga. So yun, yan yung pinaka-importante is that not just the evolution of the service, the architecture, the infrastructure, but also how our data will travel to meet these three use cases or distinct requirements. So yun po yung ibig sabihin nun. So of course, if we will look on the system lens, okay, of course, if you are one of the operators or a contractor or even or if you're working as a system integrator or even if you're connected in a certain vendor, so alam niyo na kung sino yung mga vendors na malalakas, sila Ericsson, Nokia, ZTE, Huawei, okay? Solid alliance. So there should be a system lens which we can explain what yung sequence of the design decision. So if we're talking about design, meron na pong part dyan, yung sinabi ko kanina, software-driven na po. So one example will be the software-defined network. Okay? So pag sinabi natin software-defined network, inside the core network, which has a composition of many data centers, alam nyo na kagad kung anong ibig sabihin. Servers, platforms that manage the servers, the data handling, data scheduling, packet scheduling, routing, switching. So, ganun na katindi. If we're talking about a core network, hindi lang puro telecoms, there is already an inclusion of networking devices. But still, it doesn't mean that mapapalayo po yung core network, mapupunta sa mga IT. Hindi po. There is still much for the electronics engineers to have an advantage if you are working or you are practicing this right now, this kind of industry. Okay? And second, of course, this one. They are aggressively want to disaggregate the system. Bakit disaggregate, sir? If we're talking about disaggregation, it is like parang calculus. We are differentiating some parts. In a sense, yes, but what I'm talking about, if you are going to disaggregate, there is a better or higher chance that the service will reach you in this time. Okay, so yan na yung approach ng mga telecom operators, yung disaggregation, because by doing so, you put some, yung kaya sinabi ko, yung software networking, you can put it. You can also put virtualization functions in the core network as well as in the RAN or the radio access part. Okay? So, hindi lang yung services ang nag-evolve, even the hardware, even the infrastructure, even the system itself inside the data centers, di ba? Because we want better redundancy, better latency, better handling and managing of the service, which is the data, from the data part, including the transport layer, the data layer. Okay, so makikita mo dito sa diagram that it is operated by a NOS or Networking Operating System. So, sir, ano yung NOS? It's actually a platform. Kaya nga sabi ko, 5G is more on service-based architecture. We upgraded 4G, kaya naging 5G because we added some features or capabilities that nakafocus na po sa services. But what I mean, better services. Kaya nga, merong target. We need to achieve the target. And most of this target should come from the core network. Kaya marami ng opportunities ang mga networking companies, IT companies, ICT companies, because they can also add their products, even non-proprietary. Kaya tawag open run, openness of the network. Many players can join the infra, di ba? And with that, of course, many players can join. Yung interoperability will not be a problem, and it will also make the transport of the data much faster. Okay, kasi meron lang yung scheduling, handling of the packet, so that it will reach to the end part, especially sa industry, because if we're giving a slice of the service, kailangan continuous yan, may redundancy, tapos meron siyang dadaanan ng mga net routing and switching, which is having a redundancy, backup server, manage and monitor their certain system, just like this NOS. And all, of course, yung pinaka-importante, I hope you heard this term, it's called orchestration. You are orchestrating in real time yung platform, hindi tao. Yung platform, it has also a capability in orchestrating so that maganda, mas accurate yung handling at saka monitoring at saka management dito sa core network. Because right now, the core network is the next thing that the telecom operators will need to be evolved. Hindi puro sa customer side. We already have this evolved devices. We already have these 5G phones. Radio access network, it is already evolved, but still, meron silang roadmap that it will be better. So, which is I'll be discussing later. And of course, bakit disaggregate? Because of this one. You see? What do you see here on the diagram? Gateways and routers or routers. Gateways and routers. So makikita mo, IT networking devices will have a big role in 5G. Okay. Especially in the services. So I hope that you understand bakit napaka-importante na intindihin din natin yung sa core network at saka yung evolution ng RAN. Because time will come, if the RAN will be evolved, madali na pong i-introduce yung 6G actually. Okay? Because we achieve the 3 distinct requirements. Once we achieve that one, and here comes 6G, wala na tayong problema in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the networking devices present, and those players are already involved in establishing in the core network physically on those physical devices. Parang ganon, di ba? So, napaka-laking bagay pala itong disaggregation. And of course, what does this all mean? So it is, the comprehensive definition of 5G. So what do the stakeholders, the partnerships, the groups, these telecom operators, vendors, what do they want actually to achieve? Not just from the technical part, but what they want to achieve is the degree of freedom. The degree of freedom for their, of course, business to di ba? So they want to come into play, to join the evolution of 5G going to 6G, because it can help. And this is already the trend, actually, especially in the first world countries, di ba? So by adapting these techniques, these deployment strategies, their migration, their evolution, this is what we call the more deeper information of 5G. Okay? So, yan po yung pinaka-importante. Kailangan pala natin maintindihan na meron na palang nag-evolve inside the core network and the RAN migration part. Okay? So, as per 3GPP, of course, ito yung mga targets or yung standardization landscape so that many applications can be given. So for 5G, of course, halos andito lahat. So proud talaga tayo dahil electronics engineers, telecommunications engineers, or telecommunications, and even RF engineers are also electronics engineers, which is one of our telecommunications, one of our specialization, by the way. So if we're talking about 5G, of course, that is the releases from 4G going to 5G. So as the term of 4G, which is the LTE, it's the long-term evolution. So here comes 5G, by the way. So there are many releases. Just for information, guys, yung mga releases, these are the releases coming from the 3GPP, yung third generation partnership project. It is an organization and also one of the standardization standard development organizations that there will be many releases to come. And I already discussed that one on my previous webinars that, with these releases, per release, merong upgrade po yan. So if you want to visit that release, so you can visit 3gpp.org, so you will see. So this 5G, many use cases can be applied, even in the supply chain level. So nakikita mo, telecom, equipment and material, foundry, manufacturing. So ito na yung sinasabi ko na industry. Okay? And what will we gain? So nakikita nyo na naman yung three distinct requirements. Enhanced mobile broadband, what can we get? So yan ako. The better and much big broadband chunks of data that we will receive. And of course, for the machine-machine type communications or MMTC, yan na po, what can be connected. And by the way, for information, the other term for MMTC is also massive IoT. Kaya nga sabi ko, 5G is one, hindi lang 5G, even Wi-Fi can be an enabler, but 5G is also an enabler for the Internet of Things. Okay? And of course, ito yung pinag-importante, mission critical. This is part of the URLLC part of the requirement. So, ganyan ka-importante yung latency. Dahil importante yung latency, we can apply mission critical things or use cases kagaya ng what? Traffic, and also for the government, for the police, even for military purpose if they want to apply that one. And yung pinaka-importante, yung healthcare. Okay? So, yan po ang ibig sabihin ng standardization na landscape. And 4G, by the way, we should be thankful because 4G is the one who laid the foundation kaya nagawa yung 5G. Okay? And 5G, by the way, especially my past webinars that I conducted, 5G going to 6G, there will be, or time will come that the unlicensed spectrum or the unlicensed band can be in harmony with 5G. Because as you can see, gumagamit din siya ng frequencies under the frequency spectrum, although it is allocated on the unlicensed. So hindi po yan binabayaran, libre po yan. But still, if we are talking about the standards, non-cellular and cellular standards, in the near future, if 6G will come, they will be interoperable. Okay, they will be interoperable. And one of the network layer, if we are talking about making a city a smart one, kasama na po dyan yung wireless LAN standard or yung 802.11. So, hindi rin mawawala sa landscape yung non-cellular standards or yung 802.11. Okay? So, eto. And also, by the way, colloquially speaking, why is passive optical network be one of the contributors of 5G. Why? So as you can see, if you will check this simple part of the 5G network architecture, you will see that most of the connectivity and PON or PON will give way for this connectivity. Kasi dati, puro tayo point-to-point, di ba? We are transferring or transporting our data from this location to another location via the microwave or via the transmission link. But because of this, maraming mga adversaries or mga obstacles that that gives us for this wireless transmission. Ito na yung the next one of the important contributors sa 5G network. It's the PON or yung passive optical network. Bakit, sir? Yung fiber, habang tumatagal kasi yung fiber, nagmumura kasi yan eh. Nagmumura. So, yung mga LDNs or yung mga long distance networks from this region going to another region, tapos Philippines is a consisting of many islands in this archipelago. Siyempre, dadaan yan sa tubig. But still, my point is, yung nagiging connectivity is through the use of fiber. So, PON will have a contribution to the evolution of the 5G infrastructure also. Hindi lang puro microwave. Microwave can because before microwave is one of the main physical connection if we are talking about hindi accessible yung fiber papunta doon sa malayong lugar. We can do that one as the main source of or an option. But with this PON, in the years to come, magiging redundant sila lang ang paggamit ng wireless transmission. So gaya na dito sa diagram, you will see most of it now is using fiber. Okay? So by the use of fiber, what do we achieve if we are going to use the fiber? So ibig sabihin, yung target natin na sinasabi ko kanina pa, yung latency, can or ibig sabihin achievable po kasi wired network na eh. Wired network. So wired network, so halos negligible na lang yung errors ng fiber kasi mas maganda yung material. Okay? So it has no higher percentage of losses. So if there is a loss, halos negligible, or it can be a viable main option by the telecom operators that para ma-achieve natin yung yung URLLC. So ano yung URLLC nga, sir? Ito, yung target natin na sinasabi ko kanina pa. The lower the latency, tapos na-achieve natin yung target, which is maybe higher than 1 or even 1, so mas maganda. We can deliver 5G in that way. So yun yung point doon. So in the years to come, passive optical networks will have contribution for the 5G infrastructure. Okay? So ito yung configuration niya. As you can see, fiber na. Okay? Especially this one. Okay, as you can see, meron ng dinagdag na mga points of, so because of that points of presence na capability, dahan-dahan na natin pwedeng i-introduce yung cloudification and also edge computing. Sir, ano yung edge computing? Nasa core network yata yan. No, we can also give edge computing by putting some strategic locations with a cloud. So I will be discussing that one later. I will not be divulging more on the what do you call this one? This sentences in the slides because we need to maximize the time. So ito yung ibig kong sabihin. Fiber will have a great role in the 5G networks, especially for the evolution of the radio access network, the core network also, by the way. So this will pave the way para lang ma-achieve yung tatlong distinct requirements. So as you can see, yung optical line terminal, which is mapapansin nyo yan pag magpapakabit kayo ng fiber to the home or fiber na internet sa bahay ninyo, that OLT actually is in the core network. Sometimes yung iba, I'm not sure for the other operators like Globe and Smart, kasi sila palang dalawa yung nagbibigay ng fiber to the home na service. OLT, I'm not sure in their infrastructure, it is close to the fiber ring. If you're talking about the fiber ring, that is the transport layer na. So that once our area, kompleto na yung mga fiber rings, then accessible na yung mga paglalagay ng mga ONT sa kada bahay. Yan na yung mapapansin nyo bakit puro Huawei, puro ZTE, puro fiber home, because nakitie up sila sa Huawei because ang project nila is coming from Huawei, si fiber home. Okay? Kaya mga ONT or optical network terminals in a form of routers, yung nilalagay sa bahay, yun na yun, yung mga routers natin, okay, connected sa router kasi meron akong fiber internet sa bahay, ganun. So, ano yung napapansin? We are already, slowly nawawala na yung coaxial cables, yung mga legacy lines, yung POTS, PSTN, even the microwave connectivity, unti-unting nawawala na. Okay? But it doesn't mean they will be, removed from the infrastructure, but still there are other areas na kinakailangan pa rin sila because hindi pa lahat ang 5G network is in the unserved and underserved areas. So alam niyo yun kung saan sa mga liblib na lugar wala pa ganong 5G, so they are still practicing yung mga point to point or point to multi-point na hierarchy. Okay? But here in the urban areas, syempre, ito na yung the next big thing, di ba? And of course, kagaya nitong diagram, as you can see, in the core network, since we are talking about disaggregation, so disaggregation, even the network connectivity, they are also disaggregating. So from the core network, meron tinatawag na what? Backhaul, mid-haul, and front haul. Now, the front haul, dito papasok yung PON or yung passive optical network. So kung nag-a-attend kayo ng mga GPON, EPON, or even PON, I advise you na pag-aralan nyo din because this is one of the contributing techniques or capability sa 5G because of this their target para lang ma-achieve yung latency, kasi yung latency pinaka-importante. We are already confident that we can deliver yung EMBB and we can deliver, or the core network can deliver the MMTC. Sure na yan. But what about the latency? Yun ang pinaka-importante sa lahat. We need to achieve that one. The telecom operators should achieve that one by what? By disaggregating. So, nagkaroon ng backhaul, mid-haul, front haul. Front haul, other players can come into the picture. So, yun yung sinasabi ko na papunta na tayo sa pagiging open or openness of the what? Core network. Going to the core network, magiging open yan dahan-dahan. So yan ang pinaka-importante, access networks. How can we access immediately? How can we get the data in a faster way? Kagaya nung sinabi ko na 1 millisecond yung target. How much the bandwidth we get dahil mabilis siya, connected tayo ng mabilis. Yun yung ibig sabihin. Okay? And of course, edge cloud. This is the next, also part of the next big thing that should happen, and the telcos are also making this edge cloud. Bakit edge cloud? Because sir, ang cloud is the internet. Yes, but what if we will also put other clouds nearest you, malapit sa iyo, kaya edge cloud? Sir, hindi ko gano'n maintindihan. Bakit sa dulo? Bakit malapit sa akin? Because para ma-achieve natin yung pinaka-importante, yung latency, and also yung speed and the other use case requirement can be achieved. Kasi sigurado na yung dalawa. Yung latency lang talaga. Because this is the very important thing, yung latency. Because by introducing this edge cloud capability, as you can see, madali ang transport ng data. Yung scheduling, yung transport, yung connectivity. Kasi parang yung core network or yung data center, you added some clouds on the edge or outside the core network. It is making the network infrastructure and the connectivity much more efficient. Okay? Yung efficiency. So nakikita nyo, pag may edge cloud, maganda. Di ba? And who are the ones responsible on realizing this capability? Yung mga operators, with the help of the vendors, because also the vendors are inventing new ways. Makikita nyo mamaya sa videos, new ways on how the telecom operators give the services directly to the users, even the customers, kasi sa industry yung mga customers. So there will be certain service level agreements to be created. Kasi parang ganito, halimbawa, yung company ninyo, they want your company, tapos ang kind of job sector ng company niyo is more on logistics, for example. Tapos malaking kumpanya. So, how can we adapt 5G in our big logistics company? Let's just say FedEx or CLBC. And they are going to digitize their warehousing system, for example, their logistics. Tapos nalaman nila na pwede palang kubuha ng services kay Smart or kay Globe or kay Dito ng specific network slice. So the more clouds are in place in strategic locations in the Philippines, it's better, di ba? Because why? What are we going to ano ba yung target natin baga? Yung latency, di ba? Ayaw natin ng delay, ayaw natin ng lag, di ba? Because it can also affect the efficiency. Ano ba sir? Pati yung efficiency ng industry? Yes, it can also affect. Ginawa nyo yung company ninyo as automated, digitalization na yung company ninyo, automated na daw, but the services powering this your company hindi achievable kasi yung 5G mabagal di ba? So these are one of the capabilities, and the operators are slowly implementing. Okay? So of course, if that will be achieved, AR, VR, IoT, autonomy, Okay, I'm talking about autonomy, so that will be applied for the vehicles. And even what tayo users, we can achieve yung totoong 5G talaga if the operators will slowly, define their network, so slowly upgrading their network. So dapat ganun yung magiging roadmap nila, so that tayo as users, we will enjoy also as well. Okay? So what is the edge? Where this edge is physically located? So the edge or yung edge cloud is physically located depende sa needs on who you ask. So for example, if you ask a network operator that already owns and operates thousands of central offices, okay, then their central offices are the answer. So ibig sabihin, kung maraming central offices, lagyan ng cloud kada central office nung customer na yun, di ba? Or yung operator lalagyan na ng maraming edge cloud para magkaroon ng edge computing, so magiging maganda yung flow ng data. Okay? And also, of course, scalable. Because why is it scalable? Scalable in a sense that if we're talking about the cloud, it is really scalable virtually because it is scalable and cost efficient for the telecom operators. Hindi tayo, kasi mahal talaga ang mga telecommunications equipment, even networking devices equipment, mahal. But I'm talking about hypothetically, I'm talking about a cost effective for the telecom operators because they are using cloud or virtual resources coming from the cloud na it will not add more hardware, it will just add more virtualized resources in the cloud. Kaya pwede ka na mag-create ng maraming clouds. Just like the diagram shown, you can distribute, virtualize, and also you can make the run as a cloud. So the computing, the transmission of the data will become more efficient and more faster, di ba? So ganun yung pinaka-importante. And of course, by doing so, magiging advantage din ito sa mga network operators because they will be focusing much of the upgrades, okay? Much of the upgrades on the core network, okay? Okay, so this is another example. So kung edge cloud, makikita mo talaga na very, maganda yung computing power niya at saka capability if if the telecom operators will slowly introduce and implement this edge cloud capability, napakaganda. Okay? Disaggregated actually in the core network to the RAN, and then if near sa users, you can aggregate. But what I'm telling you about is this aggregation in the RAN and core network only. But going to the users, of course, you need to aggregate again back yung data para naman it will reach in a big bandwidth and na-achieve yung sinasabi nila na totoong 5G nga. Okay? And of course, this cord or what we call yung definition. This is the definition of the cord. It's the central office re-architected as a data center. So yun na po yung cord na sinasabi. Ibig sabihin, it is a central office na in-implement yung cloud, so they call it a cord. Because syempre, if we're talking about a cloud, it is not physically a cloud which you can see up in the sky, but it is another data center. Kaya nga, yun ang problema sa Pilipinas. Bakit mabagal? Because if you will check or if you will do a, net stat, if you know NetStat or if you know how to check the maximum hops ng your location going to the data center and back, yung parang gumagawa ka ng ping command sa command prompt, you will see that bakit dumadaan where? Hong Kong. Why? The answer is, unfortunately, yun yung very sad thing here in the Philippines, wala pa tayong sariling data center in the Philippines. So, the round trip time or yung latency natin, it will go more than 1 millisecond na target. Kasi it will travel where? Hong Kong. What if you are in Mindanao? Then, you are connected with the PLDT. Dadaan mo na yan sa Hong Kong, then going outside the gateway, going through the World Wide Web. So that's what I'm talking about, the how do you call this one, yung latency na naman na issue. Okay, so of course this is what I'm talking about: continuous integration and continuous development. Integration in the where? In the virtualized resources in the core network. So if you are, working in the core network, so meron tinatawag na CI/CD yan sa infrastructure. Okay? And by the way, malapit po tayong break. I'll just cue on the break, by the way, Ma'am Moderator. So for the network function virtualization, ito na po yung ibig sabihin. So inside the cloud, as you can see, meron pa mga hardwares, but it's not about the addition of hardwares, but also the more added virtualized resources. So merong management and orchestration dyan, and of course, merong management system that it is shall we say, yung nagmamanage doon sa core network in a form of a virtualized network. Okay? Yung NFVs. Okay? So, this is just like a refresher for you to know that even for the transmission, kailangan natin malaman yung tungkol sa coding until the modulation. So, why? Why should we have a need to be refreshed regarding sa modulation coding? Because in 5G antennas, it's a different antenna, different type. It is a massive type. It is a number of antenna arrays for the 5G. So, dyan, it will still use the propagation techniques for the signal propagation, but still it will reach the receiver in such a way that it is already, meron ng coherence time or merong tinatawag na coherence time of a different signal path reaching to the receiver. So that is really, in actual scenario, totoo po yan, nangyayari po yan dahil because of some free space losses, yung mga obstacles. So in 5G, meron pa rin yan. Okay? So this is the formula. And of course, yung tinatawag ko na multi-path variations. Okay? So for the multi-path variations, if you want to compute or if you want to know the CQI, eto po yun. So ibig sabihin, upon coding and modulation, and then once you coded and modulated your data, of course, hindi yan basta-basta tinatapon via the 5G massive MIMO antenna. Ibig sabihin, it will pass through series of yung tinatawag natin na data encapsulations. Kaya it will also, protect, and also the networking devices also in the RAN, in the core network will detect what kind of data, and also yung encapsulated data will also be detected na dito siya dadaan, then part of the frame will be removed, and then so on and so forth until the only data na lang ang maiiwan doon sa frame structure, and that is the data that the receiver needs. Okay? Okay, so ito yung example ng subcarriers. So why scheduling is important? Scheduling because gumagamit din tayo ng time division multiple access, gumagamit din tayo ng frequency, and of course, yung orthogonal frequency division multiple access, which is 5G, ang daming carriers and subcarriers. So sa dami, hindi mo basta-basta yan ina-allocate basta-basta. There will be confusions that will arise. So yung scheduler sa 5G, that is the one who will make the schedule as per user on how to give those subcarriers sa mga specific users. Okay? So yan yung ibig sabihin. So in 5G, ganito yung itsura niya. So merong time pa rin involved on every numerology na bigay ng tinatawag natin na scheduling or yung packet scheduling or even the data. So ganito yon. So every resource element, it's a certain symbol. Okay? And multiplexing ng 4G, of course, you know this one, it's used more on the modulation, yung amplitude. But in 5G, we are basing on the orthogonal frequency technique, because we need to have an increase of yung data na ma-receive natin. So of course, ito yung mga classes or the following attributes that we need to consider as well. Okay? Kasi ito yung pinaka-importante, yung CQI at saka yung tinatawag kanina na QCI. Ano yung QCI, sir? It's the quality of service channel indicator. Okay? So ito. So with this scheduler, you can allocate, or the transmission going to the users will be allocated as resource blocks efficiently. So per resource block, per user yan. So ganun kabilis ang 5G magbibigay in many connected devices, and per resource block, yan yung specific na kalaki ng bandwidth na makuha niya. So it will not disrupt or interfere other resource blocks kasi it is properly scheduled. So packet scheduling is one of that. Okay? So here, ito yung sinasabi ko na numerology. For the numerology, as per the table shown, the higher the numerology, the better, because it has a minimum time resolution for the scheduling. So mas lalong in-enhance niya yung scheduling. Napakabilis. Lalong-lalo na pag sa 5G, because we need more efficient response time in parallel with the latency, di ba? So kailangan low latency, and of course yung term na nilagay ko dito, low complexity. So hindi magiging complex. Okay? Basic architecture po. Ito po yun. Okay? So don't worry, malapit na po mag-break. I already passed 100 slides. So this is the basic network architecture. But what you have noticed, sir, bakit mga lines? Actually, if you know networking, IT networking devices na symbols, yung backhaul network, it's already fiber. Kasi ito, it's a one example of a 5G basic architecture. So it is composed of course, the gateway, which is the cloud, going to the core network. But ano yung pinagkaiba niya, sir? Wala na yung mga point-to-point. We are now routing and switching the data with the use of those ICT networking devices, using or utilizing the fiber network. So isa na doon yung PON or yung passive optical network, which is a good contributor as well. And of course, merong backhaul ring. So ganito na yung 5G. Hopefully, our operator will do this one. Okay? Kung sufficient na talaga yung mga fiber ring natin. So, ma-achieve natin yung three distinct use cases ng 5G, di ba? Okay? So why? To provide much better connectivity, insureness of the connectivity, tracks the user mobility, and subscriber uses for the billing and charging. So much more, next generation na yung deployment at saka yung roadmap ng core network. Okay? So yun. So
Engineer
kaya
hello, sir.
yes po, ma'am. Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry to cut your discussion, but and my apologies, to our viewers. But we will be having this moment for the induction of officers, and we will get back with your discussion after our induction, sir. Don't worry, we will
Okay,
get
sure,
back.
sure. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Should I unshare?
Yes, sir. I will be sharing my screen. Okay, so Engineer Sajid, again, my apologies, but you have nothing to worry because we will get back on your discussion. So at this juncture, let us first, at this moment, let us proceed to the next part of our program, which is the induction of 2022 IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN officers. So yes, you heard it right. Today and at this moment, we will be witnessing the induction of newly set of officers who are committed to serve the organization. So let me call on our officers, starting of course with the immediate past governor, Engineer Tanya M. Osorio, the Board of Trustees, Engineer Mark Macbeth M. Toledo, truly yours, Hannah Grace Mopada Parcon, Kirby B. Orellanida, Engineer Lily N. Felm Lily Canonigo, Engineer VJ L. Esperta, our auditor. For our treasurer, we have Engineer Ria Marie P. Cordova. For our secretary, we have Engineer Aubrey Kiara Padernal. For our vice governor for education, we have Tony N. Apiera. For the external vice governor, we have Kimberly Gaturian. For internal vice governor, we have Ma'am Janay Shabay M. Tito. And for our governor, we have Engineer Earl June L. Heraldez. To all our officers, I request to please turn on your camera. And to induct our newly elected officers, I will be giving the virtual screen to our inducting officer, the forever young and forever beautiful, our very own IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas.
Hello. Thank you so much, Miss Hannah Grace. Nice meeting you, and welcome to being the Board of Trustees in SOCCSKSARGEN chapter. So again, this is an opportune moment to all of us to have this oath of office for our executive officers, as well as to our Board of Trustees. And just to recap, actually, last January 8, we have supposed to be our induction of officers. Am I right, Earl? But, may nangyari po. It was a sudden and very, very sudden moment for MSU General Santos that time. So kaya po nagkaroon tayo ng extension, and we have this another schedule for our induction of officers, as well as to our Board of Trustees. So may I request everyone, so na-request naman ni Hannah to turn on your video for you to be recognized in the general membership of SOCCSKSARGEN, as well as with our supportive ng mga other local chapters and foreign who are on board in this webinar. May I request, Hannah, do you have your oath of office? Can you flash it to the screen? Okay, so thank you so much. So flash in front of us is our the oath of office for SOCCSKSARGEN chapter. And in fact, this is the general and the institutional oath of office of the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines. So this will be our script for this oath-taking ceremony. So you will be following after me, or you repeat after me. But sa first part, you have the I, you have to state your name. Having been elected to the position of, you have to state your position just like I, John Earl June Hiraldes, having been elected to the position of governor. Then after that, it will be followed by the Vice Governor for Internal, External, Education and Student Affairs, the Secretary, the Treasurer, so on and so forth. Then after that, you have to follow after me. So may I request everyone to please raise your right hand. And this is your oath of office for the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, SOCCSKSARGEN chapter. You state your name, having been elected to the position of, you state your position. Go.
Been elected to the
Let's start with the governor, then the internal, the external, then down to the Board of Trustees.
I, Janaisha Bai M. Tito, having been elected to the position of Vice Governor for Internal Affairs.
I, Tony N. Navarra, having been elected to the position of Vice Governor for Education.
I, Aubrey Chiara B. Padornal, having been elected to the position of Secretary.
I, Raya Marie P. Cordova, having been elected to the position of Finance Manager.
I, BJL Esperta, having been elected to the position of Auditor.
I, Fel Lily F. Canonigo, having been elected to the position of Trustee.
to destroy the water.
I, Hannah Grace M. Parcon, having been elected to the position of Trustee.
I, Mark Macbeth M. Toledo, having been elected to the position of Trustee.
I, Kirby Aurelianida, having been elected to the position of Trustee.
Okay, in the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, SOCCSKSARGEN chapter.
In the Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines
Incorporated,
SOCCSKSARGEN
chapter.
Do hereby solemnly swear that I will faithfully support and obey the Constitution and bylaws of the said institute.
Hereby solemnly swear that I will faithfully support and obey the Constitution
of the said institute and bylaws of the said institute,
as well as the rules and regulations that it may promulgate thereafter.
as
well
as
the rules and
regulations
regulations
that it may promulgate thereafter.
That I will conduct myself in the position to which I am elected.
That I will
conduct myself in the position to which I am elected.
And perform duties to the best of my knowledge and ability.
And perform duties to the best of my knowledge and ability.
And that I impose upon myself.
And
that I impose upon myself
This obligation voluntarily without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
This
obligation voluntarily without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, so congratulations to my very own SOCCSKSARGEN chapter family, my home family, my family in IECEP. So again, I will be giving a short message not to all of you for your oath-taking ceremony. And of course, thank you so much for this opportunity to be with you guys this afternoon. Ang lapit-lapit natin, nasa SOCCSKSARGEN tayo, pero ngayon ang layo-layo po natin kasi andito po ako sa IECEP home to do some tasks as a national president. And in fact, we also have this meetings with our staff and other external affairs meeting with the institute and the other line agency in the government for us to really come up with a good project and program for this institute. Of course, to everybody, to the national officers who are present on the board of directors, members of IECEP Incorporated, to IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN, especially to Governor Earl June Hiraldes, sorry. And of course, to its officers and members, the former leaders of SOCCSKSARGEN chapter, as well as yung mga pillars natin, yung nag-help out natin to really come up with a very strong chapter, no? And ladies and gentlemen, other local and foreign chapters who are also present in support of the induction of officers for the chapter. Our colleagues in the profession, of course, my courtesy to all the general membership who are around, and to our very dynamic and very supportive speaker, no, technical speaker for this afternoon. We have Engineer Makabalang. And again, currently I am in the IECEP home for me to really somehow perform my duties, no, and responsibilities as your national president. And this afternoon also, after this event, after this oath taking, I will be attending the awarding ceremony of the Philippine Federation of Professional Association, wherein PTC, the Philippine Technological Council, is being part and member of that. And tayo po, isa sa mga 14 engineering organization who membered the Philippine Technological Council. And in fact, this is our first time to really give our best, and categorically, we include ourselves in that awarding ceremony because we have the best representation of professional in the different categories presented and laid down by this professional organization. In fact, we are very strong in academe and in the research category, and of course, the specialized in the private practice. Then we have also professional association development category, as well as to the global practice, Filipino practice and service, no, of our foreign chapter, who are really working very hard for this organization to be presented and to be known to the international community, no. So it's one of the things na pinunta ko dito, kaya bear with me with my off shoulder red dress ko, kasi nga nakakapanibago na nagpapa-oath lang, pero ganito po yung suot ni ma'am. So with that, delighted afternoon, pleasant afternoon to one and all, and in the name of genuine spirit of service, still andito tayo in this Saturday na supposed to be marami pa tayong gagawin, but because of the love of our profession, kaya andito tayo. So my home, the home of the champion, the home of SOCCSKSARGEN, I want to express, of course, first and foremost, my warmest and sincerest congratulations to the newly elected officers and Board of Trustees of the IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN, of course, along with the national officers and the general membership as well. It is our source, no, that we are confident now we have the best and extraordinary officers who are on board in this time of digital era, and even we can see faces, no, from the different chapters who are very supportive. In fact, may mga inspirational message na sila, no. So it's just a manifestation. Now we have a borderless kind of administration and a borderless implementation of our of this IECEP, no. Of course, we have the best electronics engineers, not only in the local, but also in the global, no. And again, kahit na po isang bahay lang tayo, isang backyard lang tayo in SOCCSKSARGEN, but still, I always feel proud and privileged, no, to be a witness, of your inducting of officers for this year's induction of our chapter 2022 officers and Board of Trustees. And of course, we have recognition of our outgoing officers who are very, very supportive until this time. Hindi sila nawawala. And I would like also to welcome some of the new members, kung meron man sa SOCCSKSARGEN. No? If there are any, then this is also an opportune moment for me to really welcome them in SOCCSKSARGEN area. So supposed to be, this is a turnover of responsibilities, no? Kasi nga nag-o-oath tayo. So we have new set of officers, then we have the former set of officers. But in an event like this, no, this is a good opportunity, a good opportune moment to evaluate our chapter, how far we have come and how far we have yet to go in our organization, in our services, in our professional endeavors and organization. And everyone knows it's an open book. The IECEP submission, no, it's all about the advancement and the welfare of our members and the development, of course, the prestige of the electronics engineering and the IECEP as an organization, no, and to be a dynamic workforce and partner in nation building, being the frontliner in this time of digital transformation, digital era. And it's it has long been evident, no, because of our strong collaboration and with all this technical webinars, technical expertise of our colleagues, no, in the profession, who are somehow very talagang tumutulong sila in a way na talagang ma-revitalize and ma-help out natin ang ating mga members generally na hindi po into telecommunication, into broadcasting, into something. So what is also good, I am actually parallel, no, yung sa IECEP Tarlac din ngayon kasi nag-oath taking din sila. Then what is also good, they are also doing yung mga soft skill na mga kind of training, just like unleashing with your leadership potential, things like that. I guess we need one, no, in our organization to somehow review our commitment and as well as know our duties and responsibilities, not only as an officer, but as member as well. So again, the Institute, I know you are all witness in the celebration of, of so much joy, because we have embarked, on a journey of accomplishments, achievements, and milestone, no, for this organization. Because of all of you, I know you are always being with me at my back, no, being the national president. I am very, yung sasabihin ko sa inyo na very strong yung aking administration. One, because SOCCSKSARGEN is always at my back. So kayo po yung isa talaga sa mga pillar, kayo yung isa sa mga sinasandigan ko, kaya nagkaroon po tayo ng ganong klaseng accomplishment in the IECEP National. So I just would like also to remind everyone that since this is your oath taking, no, I will just remind everybody that this organization, our organization, aim to strengthen that our institute will innovate, will produce, and will contribute knowledge to the community. Since we are all professionals, and in fact, we are challenged by the national government to really provide knowledge and not merely user of knowledge, no, as in the academy, no, yun kasi yung palagi namin sinasabi. So we need to provide, educational resources because we are all professionals. So ito mga ginagawa natin, and it will somehow address, no, the barrier between the academics and the industry nowadays. Kasi usually yung challenge talaga sa atin, yung mga ECE professionals natin, yung mga graduate natin, cannot really align with the expectation of the industry. So with this kind of activities we have in the association or in the institute, hopefully, the aiming as well as to gain broad support from both the academics and the industry, no, or even support from the business communities. We are not limited into that. And we always inspire our students, our future engineers, our future ECE, no, in the organization, that will really, yung essence po, the very essence of having good skills and knowledge, no, in terms of our profession is sana mai-equip, maitulungan po natin through our table of specification in the Commission on Higher Education, and of course, no, the help of our some programs in the Vice President for Education, no. So that is the very essence of this administration, to really support such undertaking. And of course, I fully support the significant impact of this pursuit, no, the realignment and the streamlining of the expectation between the industry and the academe. Kasi tayo yung nagpo-produce ng graduates, nagpo-produce ng knowledge, then we are somehow challenged sa industry. So another thing, what is the main target of this administration in 2022? We are done with the infrastructure project. We have the IECEP home as one of our targets in 2021, and thanks God it's here. Then we fully operationalized and utilize our home, no. So for this year, we focus on professional practice. So as much as possible, stronger and intensified lobbying of laws, rules and regulations related to the ECE practice and profession. And we have also this extensive information campaign on ECE laws. So some of the committees created, not only in the Technical Development Committee, but as well as to the other committees created, specially created for this purpose, for the realization of this extensive information campaign to the local government units, no, and all of that. So everyone knows of the inclusive programs of IECEP, especially for the studentry and the academe, no, and the industry related, for our ECT, for our ECEs, and for our PECEs, no. Likewise, made stronger than ever, we will be moving projects and of course programs, no, to really standardize and to have this organization stronger than ever, no, through international linkages, international collaboration, and other platforms, no, and similar platforms that will somehow develop our professional, not only in the local level, but in the national and international level. Then allow me also to remind you that IECEP, our organization, we are really dedicated to the task of applying the human needs, itong mga ginagawa natin, no, the CSR and other things, no, the SOF, the technical development, the technical seminar that we are providing for our members, and the principles of electronics engineering and this organization and its allied and convergent fields, no. We have this we are bounded by a common desire, all of us, the 50 strong chapters, local and abroad, to promote the advancement of our people and humanity, and knowing that through concerted efforts, we can most effectively be of service to our members. So hopefully we will not limit ourselves to all that we can do, we can provide to our general membership. We can always think outside the box and think anything that still promote and help for the advancement of our people and the community where we are belong. So with that, no, again, there shall be one affiliated, integrated professional organization of PECE, of ECT and ECT in the country, and we are registered in the Security and Exchange Commission as a non-profit organization, non-stock corporation, and definitely not a business organization. So with that reminder, no, I would like also to take this opportunity to encourage all IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN members and officers na i-immerse po natin, isapuso po natin ang ating mga tungkulin, ang ating mga responsibilities as a member, as an officers, as a head of the committees, no, para sa organisasyon. Titingnan, iisipin po natin kung ano yung pwede nating itulong, what we can share to our organization rather than what the organization can help us, kung ano yung makukuha ko sa organization. So of course, no, as a valuable member of IECEP, and I know we are very proud of that, all of us are a proud member of IECEP. And gusto ko lang i-share sa inyo that many of our think tank in the organization, no, may mga seniors, may mga pillars also tayo, and there are many suggestions, napakagandang discussion, nagpapakita ito ng isang hangarin, no, about our profession in the protection of our practice and all of that. And I am just, as a president, no, I am just contemplating of all the things, of all the suggestions. How can we really move forward with those visions? We have these visions, we have these missions, and all of that. We have these programs and activities. But how can we really move forward with all of this? Yes, it is mentioned that we can make a difference in our little way, own way, as a member, as an officer, as a chapter, no? And we do agree that. But it would not be enough because kasi kung hanggang planning lang tayo, dapat na-challenge tayo in the implementation, and our commitment, of course, no, to really somehow help all these things na pinaplano natin. And we need the sustainability kasi, and it's not too late pa siguro for our organization. And in fact, di ba, I had a greet and meeting with the IIEE presidents, the former and the current president of IIEE, and we have a good discussion about the conflict, about these things no, na kinoconsider natin na we are an ECE, we are always invoking with our scope of practice. Then here comes EE is also invoking with their scope of practice. But at the end of the day, we can still harmonize things. But what is important, let us be vigilant with our practice and with whatever provisions in the Republic Act 9292, and of course with the help of the general membership and the help of course of all of you, is talagang magpa-function tayo and we can address that missing link, no, yung functional, kasi we have this missing link kasi, and we have to function the dysfunctional gap, no, that needs to be addressed for the, of course, for the future discussion or proposition to take a big lift talaga for our organization. We all acknowledge now we have all these limitations, and it goes back always to our legal authority or the right person who will act or do such practice, no, or such mandate. It could be the BECE, the Board of ECE, or it could be a national office or a national IECEP and the officers. But may mga suggestion po tayo, especially for our officers and leaders. We always need your support in all our undertakings in the pursuit, especially if we're going to go back with the provisions of the Republic Act 1992 and its intent. So, kailangan siguro natin ito balikan. Tulungan niyo po kami, baka andoon lang lahat. It is just a matter of interpretation and a matter of implementation. Because as far as Republic Act 9292 is concerned, I know na napakagandang batas, napakagandang Republic Act po meron tayo. Pero parang nakukulangan lang tayo doon in the implementation level. So that resulted to that gaps, no, na sinasabi natin. So maybe there is a call now to be for all the leaders to be proactive, not only for the national. Of course, I will be spearheading all that direction. No, I will be steering all of you, no, to be a proactive leader to that matter. So again, ang haba-haba na po ng sinasabi ko, pero talagang ganito lang, kahit na magkapit-bahay tayo sa Jansan, andyan tayo, pero paminsan-minsan hindi po tayo nag-uusap because of so much activities, no, and priorities na sa work natin and all of that. So moreover, all of us, I want you to take part, and we have to carry the legacy of IECEP. And this is our 72nd year since our inception. So with that 72nd, hopefully, yung experiences natin, yung mga institutional memories natin, yung mga participation natin and all of that will just simply stop here. Kung mawala na po yung mawawala na po yung motivation natin and all of that. So hopefully our love for this profession, for this organization, and those achievements and mga kapalpakan kung meron man, this shall serve, no, as our beacon, of course, as our guide, as the institute will face new challenges and somehow rally some strategies in addressing the demands of the digital transformation. So again, to the newly elected officers on Board of Trustees, as well as the new members of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN, and the formers, especially Engineer Tanya Molarto, who is very an instrumental, no, in the success of my 2021 leadership and all the help of this yung Board of Trustees, mga kaibigan, even JICEP, yung junior IECEP natin, talagang andyan sila for me, andyan sila for IECEP Inc. You have taken your oath, di ba? You have taken your oath na, tapos na tayo. So that oath, I want you to embody embodying professionalism, integrity, leadership, excellence, and even social responsibility. I hope for all of you to work together, not only now, not only that we are so supportive in this organization, I hope that all of us will be empowered, the advocacy of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN and the IECEP National, no, especially in this time of COVID, in this time of uncertainty. So as a national, as being an officer, of course, a local, we must know how to manage, we know how to manage our people. We need to understand also how to manage resources, as well as in manage information in dealing with our organization. So hopefully we must be the light for each other, because not because we are unfailingly strong, we are not strong because united we stand together. Ano ba tawag doon? United we stand, divided we fall. So kailangan natin, we are not because we are unfailingly strong, but because we've shared the unfailing vulnerability, and resilience of moving through this tough time together, especially that the world is crumbling now because of the conflict of this Ukraine and Russia and all of that. So we need to, we never cease from praying, because the world is really needs all our support and all our prayers for stability and sustainability. So to the outgoing board of directors and executives, especially to Engineer Tanya Molarto, actually it's the incumbent pamano. I mean the former governor of SOCCSKSARGEN, and of course yung ating other committee members natin and heads. Still, you have to keep the torch burning by continuing your commitment and support and the active involvement. I know I am a witness to that, of course, in the pursuit of keeping up with the electronics engineers vision and this vision of our organization. So, hindi lang po nagsashine yung pandemic natin, yung talagang glaring yung effect natin in all sectors, but also the positive. If you look at the positive side of the glaring the shine a glaring light para sa constraints and hurdles na we are facing today, but it is the strong collaboration and the strong support of one another, and of course the borderless, a kind of friendship between the local and the foreign chapter. So we encourage everyone to face them head on with much effort and optimism. Now we can rise with all of these hurdles and of course all of these problems. So IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN, along with the IECEP Incorporated, the 50 strong chapters, local and foreign, I know you are very much willing to join the rest of the Philippines in rallying for digital transformation as a pillar of progressive development in this time of new normal. So with that, congratulations on your first runner-up, Best Local Chapter last EAGM 2.0. I am very proud of you guys. Talagang naiahon natin into something substantial and relevant services with to our members talaga, because you have demonstrated undeniable effort and teamwork. And aside from the local chapter activities and programs, still IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN is always at my back, all institutional, all national level activities. And I want to acknowledge that exceptional contribution even to the level of our junior IECEP, yung mga students natin. And of course, with all your support, exercised by all of you, titingnan nyo, andito ako, I provided leadership, andito tayo, giving everyone our dreams and the realization of this organization. So again, hindi po madali yung tatahakin natin. It will be challenging in the coming months, in the coming years. Hopefully, this is the end of the last na sana sa Omicron, tapos na sana, wala ng ibang variant pa and all of that. Or still unpredictability will continue to rule. But let me tell you that let us be united. Let us have this great opportunity for us to work together hand in hand as one. And of course, it is always manifested and attested with our accomplishments. So with that, let us continue to work together, to learn together, and of course, we will grow together as one family, as one IECEP, with the love of this profession. So in closing, let me assure you of my full support. Of course, andito tayo sa national level or not, you are always I am always at your back. Of course, my IECEP family, my SOCCSARGEN family, I love you all. Thank you sa lahat ng suporta, sa lahat ng kooperasyon, sa lahat ng mga pinagagawa ko po sa inyo kahit na just a mere yung nag-uutos lang tayo na hindi nyo nga ako nakikita, but because of this camaraderie we have in the chapter, talagang maraming salamat po. And congratulations once again and gratitude to all the support and participation, lahat ng mga committee who undertake, who help out in the success of our EAGM 2.0. Again, congratulations. Mabuhay po ang IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Salamat po. So now it's 4:15. I will be going to UP for the awarding ceremony of our STEAM professionals, selected professionals, handpicked by the national for the professional award, Philippine Federation of Professional Association. So with that, maraming salamat po and good afternoon.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Ma'am Michelle. It is a very humbling experience to be inducted by our very own IECEP National President. To our new sets of officers, congratulations once again. And at this juncture, it is my honor to award the Certificate of Appreciation to our administrating officer. So allow me to read the citation. IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN chapter awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Michelle D. Lawas in grateful acknowledgement and sincere appreciation of her distinguished and invaluable contribution as guest of honor and inducting officer during the IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN first technical webinar and induction of officers 2022, given this 26th day of February 2022 and signed by IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN Governor Engineer Earl June L. Heraldez. So thank you once again, Doc Michelle, and we will be sending this certificate to you. And thank you once again for accepting our invitation and gracing us with your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, SOCCSKSARGEN. See you next week. Salamat po.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you po. Okay, so now we will go back, of course, to our technical webinar. Of course, Engineer Sajid, can we now take the virtual floor, sir?
Yes, thank you. So, thank you, Ma'am President, Dr. Michelle C. Lawas, sa very motivating and inspirational na speech po. I'm also moved kasi maganda po yung platforms natin. Okay, so, let's step up the game. Okay, so let me share my screen. So, dito po tayo huminto. Okay, so now, moving forward, as I've said, sa network infrastructure is composed of the core network, radio access network, and of course, the subsystem components ng RAN, which is the base station, and the users, which is tayo po. Okay, so, with that, of course, you will know the flow, where our services are coming from, of course, sa core network. And as you can see, kaya sinabi ko kanina, parang nawala na yung mga point-to-point, point-to-multi-point, and multi-point to multi-point connections, because this is the strategy, migration, and the deployment roadmap ni telco. Okay, so napapansin nyo, fiber optic network will be a good contributor for 5G networks sa infra na side. Okay? Kaya napapansin nyo guys, may symbols dyan, IT networking device symbols. It's called, a switch. Parang switch siya. So, of course, if you are talking about routing and switching, just like Cisco, so of course, what are you routing and switching what for? So it's the data itself, di ba? So, of course, ito, basic architecture, 5G pa ito. There's no 4G involved. So, for 5G, ito po yung basic architecture. There is a control plane and a user plane. So, in 5G, what is the one of the, shall we say, target options ng telco. So in 5G, there is already what we call CAPS, or the controller or the control plane and the user plane separation. Why? Bakit natin kailangan yan? Because, of course, there is a split for it para naman walang complications, or there will be no plane that will be compromised in the other plane. So, ganun lang po pa simple. So, they are separated. So, that is the denotion of this idea. Okay? So, as you can see, if this is the behavior, once there is a user or user equipment which is connected to the 5G base station via the 5G massive MIMO antenna, okay? So, it is connected, it is acknowledged by the antenna, and the base station detects and connects the active user equipment. So if we're talking about active, ibig sabihin, hindi siya idle. He is already giving acknowledgements to the base station, 5G base station, okay? Because we are talking about 5G base station, it is, acknowledging. So in the process of acknowledging, ibig sabihin, it is already communicating and asking some certain service. So kaya ang tawag sa kanya is active. So because of that, second, yung 3GPP control plane now will react for the enabling of authentication, registration, and tracking. So yan na yung second step niya, okay? Then next, the user plane will now react. So base station establishes one or more tunnels. So if we're talking about tunnels, that is the connectivity of the core network. Ganon. So, yung tunnel na yan, because this is just a basic diagram, dapat maintain yung efficiency of the connectivity. So, dyan na naman papasok yung sinabi ko na we need to disaggregate, we need to maintain the target latency from the core down to the user equipment. Kasi ito, basic na ito, parang basic structure lang, so that you will understand fully. But in the process, on the pipeline, mahaba po yan. Dadaan pa po yan sa radio access network. Okay? So, ganyan po yung kanyang traffic flow. Okay? So, of course, separate. Why? So that wala pong magiging complications in terms of the sending and receiving of the traffic. Separate nga yung voice, pati yung multimedia. Diba? So, sineparate din yung control and user plane. Okay? So, ganun po yun. Now, here on the fourth step is that there are packets being transmitted kasi yun na. We are already established. UE or the user equipment already established such service. So, eto na. Gumagana na. Certain protocols are already given to the specific user element, active po siya. So ito na po, streaming is already enabled, and of course, yung connectivity is already established. So ganun lang po kasimple. If you see, there are already protocols sent. So yun, gumagana na siya. Diba? And of course, if there is another base station or cell site, 5G cell, so in this scenario, what if the user element is moving? Mobile po siya. So, there is still a cooperative way, cooperation, that once this user equipment or ikaw, user, ay lilipat sa ganitong area, still, whenever if there is 5G available, then there is handover, still the same process will be applied, and there is yung separation ng dalawang planes. So, after that, protocols will be sent, establishment is already in place, then, yun na, streaming, voice, whatever services you need, that is the basic of this basic architecture. Yan po yung sa my radio access side. Okay? Then, sixth, whenever there is a multi-point transmission, wala na pong ibig sabihin handover man ang mangyayari because it was already handed over. But what is good in 5G? what is good in 5G, especially right now, I'm sure the telecom operators started in NSA or what we call non-standalone, because if habang it is handed over to the another cell, what if the previous cell has also, a signal facing to the user equipment that has already left to the next serving cell? Meron po yung aggregation na nangyayari din. So ibig sabihin, there is still an increase of 5G download speed or throughput speed that will be will be experienced by the user. So ganun kaganda yung 5G. Di ibig sabihin that it was already handed over, tapos na. But because of these techniques that this massive MIMO antenna techniques, this beamforming, it can still track, and also it can still give more and more bandwidth to this user. Okay? So, kaya pa ba, na-absorb nyo pa ba din yung mga discussions natin a while ago until now? Can you type on the chat box yes or no? Okay, kasi malapit na mag-break. I'm stepping up the game right now. So, okay, so thank you. So, with this sentences here, yun na po yung summary na sinabi ko. So, we will be going further to the core. So, just bear in mind for the acronyms included in the 4G core network and in the 5G core, kasi importante ito. So, ito yung makikita nyo sa 4G core. It is also part of the services, but hindi focused entirely yung 4G sa mga services, kasi it's more on the aggregated speed, kasi puro data yung natin yung ating in-offer ng 4G. But the problem for 4G, it's what we call one technology does not fit all. Unlike 5G, it can fit all. What I mean is it can fit in other service-based architecture. Kaya marami siyang naibibigay na mga use cases that can be applied both sa customer side and on the industry side. Yan yung wala kay 4G. Pero mabilis yung 4G noon, di ba? But how much more with 5G now? I'm talking about now kasi existing na po yung 5G dito sa Pilipinas. So, just bear in mind, etong MME, HSS, PCRF, SGW, and PGW. So these are the one of the important core network elements present in 5G. Okay, so this is inside the core. Services are made there and will be given to the user upon request. And of course, yung SGW at PGW, that is the gateway that from the cloud or from the web going to the mobile core, which is kung saan yung mga data centers are located. Then these are the core or important network elements present in the data center, so that, kaya na sinabi ko, ito, mobility management entity, MME, home subscriber server, policies and charging rules. Of course, yung ilan na yung rates na nakukonsume natin sa ating data, sa ating SIM card. Of course, nandyan din yung mga policies. When we talk about policies, nandyan yung security. Gateway for our data packets and the serving gateway going papunta sa user kung saan man siya located. So, ganun po kasimple. If we will not read this all, yan na po yung summary niya. So, as you can see, going back to the diagram, yan po yung kay 4G. But still, it has limitations. Hindi pa rin tayo kontento, di ba? So, for the core network of 4G, it is called EPC or the Evolved Packet Core, okay? Now, that is the difference for 5G. If we're going to go to the 5G, eto na yung kagandahan niya. Marami pang added service-based components. Ano? AMF, SMF, PCF, UDM, and the authentication. So, authentication, kasama po dyan yung mga tracking, security checks. So, there is no problem for 5G in terms of the security. So encrypted po yan lahat, authentication, yung mga policies, mga matataas na version. So hindi po tayo pwedeng basta-basta ma-penetrate ng iba't ibang klaseng hacks, for example, or mga SMS na scams. So most probably, if you are connected in a 5G network, I'm not telling that talagang na-eradicate na yung mga text messages na scams, but if there is any, or meron talaga pa rin kayong matatanggap na parang text message in a form of SMS, kahit na naka 5G SIM card kayo, that is already, or there is already, a human intervention na kasama dyan. So mapapansin nyo, kahit naka 5G SIM kayo, may napapansin kayo na may nagte-text sa akin, but in a form of a SIM card. So meron na pong human intervention yan. But for the security, it is handled very well. Okay, so it is handled very well. And ito pa, the second group for the 5G service-based components, ito sila. So lahat, it is well managed kasi ang daming mga network functions. So as you can see, ang dami. So because of this, ito yung dinagdag pa sa 4G. Kaya naging 5G siya. So ang tawag niyan, of course, kasama yung operation ng control plane at saka user plane, so that the control plane, dinagdag yan papunta doon sa base station, and it is already managed well. So that is from the core network side. And makikita nyo, line directly going to the base station is the user plane. Kasi yan yung request ng user, I need data, I need internet. But still, it is very well managed by the SBAs, the components of 5G. Ito po yung mga additions papunta sa 4G. Kaya naging, next generation core. Or, for short, it's called 5G core network. Okay? So, of course, hindi lang next generation. Bakit next generation itawag? Kasi, of course, meron ng automation, konti, and as well as yung tinatawag ko kanina na virtualization, containerization, disaggregation, cloudification, softwareization, and of course, yung pinaka-importante, yung magmamanage sa lahat, yung term na orchestration. Merong orchestra na nag-operate dyan. But not as a human, but as an operating system. Yun yung kagandahan. Ang nag-orchestrate operating system. So, pwede nang pumasok yung sila Cisco or other proprietary companies that can also join in the business side naman sa 5G. So, hindi lang puro nakafocus kay Huawei, hindi nakafocus kay Ericsson, Nokia, even other players can join now in 5G. Kasi involved na po dito yung sino? Yung PON, GPON, EPON, as well as yung mga network routing and switching devices. So, napaka-ganda na ng 5G infrastructure natin. Also in the core network side. Okay? So, ganun po yun. So, for the security mobility, maraming protocols ang ginagamit si 5G. So, very well encrypt and secured po si 5G if you're going to ask about the security. So, ito po yung mga protocols. Don't worry, you can have the slides soon. So, this is the steps. So, it is more on, instructing the base station. This is the policy. You can encrypt, then later you can decrypt if the user is already linked or established to the core network. So, ganun lang po kasimple yun. And the parameters are also observed there by the core and the RAN, so that there will be efficient handling of data from the source going to the receiver. So, ganun lang po. Okay, so parang ganito. So, they use tunneling method as well because so that we can cater simultaneous user elements. Kasi if we're talking about 5G, then we will be using beamforming and we will be using the physical antenna, which is the massive MIMO antenna of 5G. Ang daming users na binibeam niya. So what if 100 plus simultaneous tapos ang bilis? So you need to to make sure that the end-to-end user plane, tapos na tayo dun sa control plane, which is the core network. I'm talking about the user plane pipeline right now. You need to have proper scheduling, gaya na sinabi ko kanina in the previous slides, so that the data can be handled per resource block, per channel, per user. Okay? So I hope na that's clear enough for you. Now, for the support of the mobility, napakarami ang functions talaga ng core network. If you're going to ask me, napakahaba ang usapin talaga ng 5G core network, even the run, even the deployment and migration option and the evolution. Napakarami talaga. I cannot maximize in a few hours lang, but this is the summary of it all. So, napakaganda ang 5G talaga. Okay? So, here, ito yung sinasabi ko na merong standalone and merong non-standalone. Because for non-standalone, the telecom operators are still waiting for the true 5G components, which is, still being created or developed. So, anong ginagawa nila? They made what we call a non-standalone configuration so that existing 4G resources can still give 5G as well. Diba? So, yan ang ibig sabihin ng non-standalone. So, as you can see, merong 4G connected to the 4G existing core network or the EPC, but there is a 5G base station already, and 5G services can be catered simultaneously to the user as per diagram. Okay? So, ganun na po ang transition ng deployment and migration roadmap din ng mga telecom operators as per kay 3GPP na pagparating na yung mga materyales, pwede nang bitawan si 4G para magiging stand-alone na siya. So, ganun lang po. Okay? And, of course, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung pipeline of packet processing. Because for the user and control plane to be handled well, kailangan merong magandang pipeline so that end-to-end yung maganda yung efficiency of data handling from core to the user. So, ito yung processing pipeline niya. Very disaggregated na. Diba? So later on, you will see that these are the key stages on how they are slowly disaggregating the run. Run pa lang kanina core network yung i-revolutionize and magiging evolving. But sa run pa lang tayo, we are already slowly disaggregating the run. Okay? So, of course, ito yun. One type of a run that the telco can introduce is the split run. Now, if we split the runs, what will happen? Okay? What will happen? Efficiency will increase and the run will be divided in units. So per unit, you can increase the latency for that, the handling of the data, and the speed of how the data can travel until sa atin tayo mga users. Even the industry, for example, if we will be talking later about the network slice. So ganun. So makikita nyo, ang ganda pala. Ang ganda. If you disaggregate, wala namang mapangit na mangyayari. If you will disaggregate, it will create more efficiency on the operation of the radio access side. Sa radio access side pa lang tayo, wala pa yung sa core. So, napakaganda. And, of course, babalikan ko na naman yung sinabi ko kanina, once you disaggregate this one, you will achieve another benefit, which is what? The openness. More players can invest, more third-party proprietary devices can be interoperable in the run. Sa run pa lang, how much more if core network will also be evolved and will be, shall we say, disaggregated and give edge clouds, create a better central office or yung data center, which is an enhanced one, which is yung tinatawag ko kanina sa type na yun, which is the core. Diba? So, napakaganda. So, split run, this is to streamline and to have a better efficiency on data handling so that ma-achieve natin yung latency. So, split run ang tawag. Okay? So, another diagram. So, you will see resource unit, that is the antenna side. That is for going to the users na. And split run, it will not decrease the level of operating very well and the efficiency. Same pa rin. This is just for visual purpose that from the central unit going to the distribution unit and the RUs, okay? So, for short, ito po yung sinabi ko. This is what I said. Sinamarize ko lang po. Okay, coffee break. This is just, a short break. Meron pa tayong video, so at least I can have my energy drink break. So sit back and relax and enjoy the video. Okay? 5 minutes lang po.
As a revolutionary technology of 5G, network slicing flexible divided a physical network into multiple logical private networks to provide different, low-cost, high-assurance services for vertical industries. It's a powerful engine to empower all industries and help them achieve digital transformation. Based on in-depth research of slicing technologies and extensive exploration of industry requirements, ZTE is the first to release 5G end-to-end network slicing solutions. Satisfies 4 key requirements of industry customers: on-demand customization, real-time deployment, service-level precise assurance, and security isolation. On the network layer, wireless adopts queues priority scheduled and resources and frequency reserved. The transport network adopts VPN soft slicing and flexi hard slicing. The core network realizes the flexible orchestration and the deployment of 5G network functions. Thus, to meet different demands of industry users in terms of network functions, bandwidth, latency, and security isolation, and efficiently solve the conflict between different service level and network constructions cost. On the management layer, ZTE Cloud Studio end-to-end network slicing management system introduces AI engine. Through intelligent analysis, it matches different demands of industry users, achieving zero gap between network slicing design and user requirements, zero waiting from subscription to provisioning, and zero touch for intelligent assurance. Together with global leading operators and industry partners, ZTE has launched trials in multiple fields, such as smart manufacturing, gaming, video, smart grid, and smart transportation, keeping unlocking innovative applications in 5G slicing and vertical industries. In October 2018, ZTE China Telecom and Zhejiang Bluchen jointly launched the first trial of 5G slicing plus intelligent manufacturing in China. ZTE provides industrial-level private network solution for intelligent manufacturing scenarios, ensuring the safety and reliability of the production process and greatly improving production efficiency. At the end of 2019, ZTE, together with China Mobile, China Unicom, and Tencent, commissioned the Internet application trials of slicing plus cloud gaming and slice plus video live broadcast, fully verified the different customization capability and the dynamic service guarantee capability of OTT applications based on user priority and locations. ZTE will work together with operators and industry partners to continuously promote innovative applications of network slicing in industries, expand innovative B2B2X business model, and accelerate large-scale launches of 5G network slicing.
Deutsche Telekom and Huawei started joint innovation on 5G network slicing from 2015 and showed world's first 5G network slicing in Mobile World Congress 2016. In MWC 2017, Deutsche Telekom and Huawei showed E2E 5G network slicing based on world's first 5G core solution SoC for commercial use cases.
5G should serve multiple pretty different use cases, and we need core networks. We're talking about a brand new modularization, supporting slicing, being fully cloud aware obviously, so can be deployed in various locations to solve the low latency challenge.
XMBB Slice will enable AR, VR service, which requires low latency and high bandwidth at the same time. To enable the inspired experience, SoC will involve ultra-low latency scheduler and MEC technology.
Latency comes from two things. One is processing in the core itself. The other is transporting the packet from the device via access to the core and way back, removing everything you can remove to minimize processing time, minimize the physical distance from the place where you process, so where the core network is running physically, to the device. That implies concepts like edge computing.
Guaranteed low latency slice will secure low latency for mission critical services like industrial controlling and autonomous driving. To ensure reliable low latency, SoC will use intelligent detection and closed loop latency control technology. FMC Slice provides seamless user experience in any scenario, like HD video.
To enable seamless experience between different accesses, core network need to be able to handle all the access technologies. We typically call an access agnostic core. Once you have that, obviously you have the opportunities in the core to steer traffic to the most suitable access or use multiple access passes in parallel.
Deutsche Telekom and Huawei will continuously work on 5G to pave the way for 5G network commercialization.
Today, we are enhancing Network Services Platform with capabilities to orchestrate network slicing across 5G transport and core network domains. With that, NSP can now automate the entire lifecycle management of the network slice, as well as all the individual network functions in that slice across these two domains.
Operators are looking at deploying network slicing solutions now to tap into the business-to-business opportunity offered by 5G.
A key success factor for 5G operators will be to address the needs of their customers in the most economical way. However, the complexity of slicing, as well as the number of customers to be addressed with slicing, potentially poses a problem for the business model behind slicing.
With 5G, enterprises and industries are going to expect rapid creation and update of on-demand customized network services, all through the click of a button, much like today's online experience with cloud services, and of course, all while delivering the SLA.
To automate the life cycle and the operations of slices, NSP uses templates for both the data center as well as for the networks and the networks nodes itself to create, but more specifically to update the properties of these slices in a matter of minutes.
Implementing extreme automation effectively streamlines the operations, thereby meeting expectations for service velocity, but also reducing errors and improving the service quality.
Our solution integrates assurance capabilities as well as closed-loop optimization, so our customers can guarantee the service level agreements that they have committed to towards their own customers with a minimal effort, given that it is built into the system.
By adding these capabilities, we offer operators a single, comprehensive, but very modular solution that helps them deliver a new wealth of services at unprecedented speeds.
The fifth generation of telecom networks provide the capabilities that will evolve existing industries and create new services. To realize the full potential of 5G, Today's telecom core networks need to evolve into an entirely new ecosystem that fosters services innovation. And this is what our 5G core solution will unfold. Our 5G core solution is a natural evolution of evolved packet core systems. It is a product of edge core technology that comprises a new architecture and set of network features, a new service-based architecture, and an interaction model as defined by 3GPP. It has a combination of automation capabilities and network slicing technology that reduce operational costs and introduce agile and adaptive ways of working. It runs on native cloud software that cares for deployment flexibility and scalability, without compromising on resiliency and security. And the unified data management and policy control add critical functionalities for efficiencies such as dynamic network slicing selection, plus service and data exposure. Additionally, continuous software delivery and deployment will achieve a faster time to market for new services and a constant feedback flow for software improvements. The path to 5G core is a strategic choice. Our system is designed to offer you a smooth evolution to 5G core architecture, making it possible to first enhance your EPC network with the features required to support the new 5G radio, before fully embracing the new 5G core architecture in your network, all through a cost-effective and efficient process. Take the first mover advantage. Evolve with a trusted partner. Turn your network more efficient. Ericsson 5G Core. Start your evolution today.
Samsung's 5G Core is designed to take full advantage of the cloud, acting as the key enabler for rapid 5G deployment. In Korea, we deployed the world's first 5G non-standalone core in 2019 for all of the major operators and have been concentrating on the development of our 5G standalone core. Samsung has already completed a successful SA Core integration test and will be introducing the SA Core. With the goal of strengthening our virtualized core solutions, Samsung has created open labs based in Korea and the US to actively lead collaborative development efforts with top-tier companies. Samsung's vCore, that is based on the open-source platform Kubernetes, also takes advantage of the management and operational toolsets that are offered by open-source systems. Kiali, Jaeger, Kibana, and WeaveScope are some of the open-source toolsets that enable core KPI monitoring, troubleshooting, and lifecycle management. 5G is an industry game changer that will completely shift the paradigm of daily business operations. End-to-end network slicing allocates specific slices per service, depending on the nature of the various 5G services. In other words, network slicing allows the control of data traffic flow per slice, as well as setting specific service level agreements per slice. Samsung has been developing Network Slice Manager to provide quick and easy end-to-end network slice creation, management, and operation from RAN to core.
So we're back. So that's more on the network slice. So can you type gising pa ako if andyan pa kayo? So was the presentation very informative? So let's step up again. Okay. Okay, next will be the software-defined RAN or yung SD-RAN. This is also important. Why? As what the video presentation showed, it is an end-to-end na deployment. So with this software-defined RAN, many operating systems, just like Kubernetes, can easily manage the RAN, from the RAN pa lang, and also the core network. So as you can see, real-time, near real-time, meron pang intelligent controller added in the control or the what we call RRC, which is already disaggregated na ang for the delivery of high performance components, which is sa RAN pa lang yan, wala pa yung core network. So how much more if the core network has already evolved in such a way that it is simultaneously na evolved in parallel with the RAN. So napakaganda, di ba? So as you can see, user plane well managed by the control plane, which is on the upper side. So ganun po. And as you can see, saka na i-aggregate once it will reach the user. Okay? So, ito po ang mga attributes that are present in the RAN and also the parameters. If you are an optimization engineer engaged with 5G networks na projects, you will always encounter these parameters and terminologies. Okay, for the nodes, you will encounter this one, these attributes. For the links, you will also encounter this one, and as well as the what? These slices. Gaya ng sinabi doon sa video representation that every slice is solely dedicated to one tenant or a company. So one service sa kanya na yan, and there is no disruptions or any interference from the other slice because it has an own, very own distinct channel, slice channel. Okay? So ito po yun. So napaka-automated na, high performance na po, and it is well controlled and managed. Sa scheduling pa lang, napaka near real time. So yan yung ginawa ng telecom operators and their partner vendors para ma-achieve yung sinasabi natin na latency. Yan na naman, babalik na naman tayo sa sinabi ko, latency, which is very important. Okay, even for the routing, for example, there is established part of the network that there is a redundancy needed. There is a fail-over functionality that once this part of the path is tatagal or matagal as computed or calculated by the SD-RAN or the orchestrator, yung sa orchestration, then he will give a decision na dito lang i-route because this is the best path para ma-maintain yung latency. So, ganun na po kasimple, okay? So, hindi ko na i-discuss to because I already summarized it. So, eto na, the architect to evolve. Open RAN. Ito na yung the next big thing for the RAN. Sa RAN pa lang, disaggregated, then after that, it will be open. Kaya tawag niya open RAN. Of course, so when we disaggregate, it is mainly divided in three parts, which is the horizontal, vertical caps, okay? So meron siyang back hole, mid hole, and front hole, and it is open. And of course, yung managed na vertical, which is managed by a software-defined network. So, kung meron kayong webinars na in-attend regarding the core network, especially for the software-defined networking, totoo po yun. It is really the deployment strategy of the telcos, the telecom operators. Okay? So the interfacing almost near. So yung target requirement for the latency, it is really achievable because they already implemented in some countries that they need to achieve this one because of the added components, software defined, that can increasingly make the network and the end-to-end connectivity more efficient. So para magkaroon ka rin ng ng high performance ng mga components, di ba? So, eto yun. As what it says, architect to evolve, this is one of their targets, the telecom operators. The evolution, the re-architecting of the RAN and the core network. Okay? So, because of that, na merong openness na yung RAN in the near future, before we will go to the 6th generation, I hope this will be implemented as well here sa ating mga network operators, local telcos natin. Okay? And of course, yung advanced capabilities, they will optimize the data plane. So as you can see, because it is disaggregated, it will further as well optimize the data plane. This is where we carry our data from one point to the other location, which is tayo, mga users, or even the industry. Pag network slicing na po yung i-offer, para siyang special corporate account, and you will be having a SLA, an agreement with the network operator or the telco that we need this kind of service. So meron kayong agreement dyan, dadaan kayo sa SLA, and yan, if your industry or kung ikaw yung may-ari ng LBC powered by 5G through this network slicing capability, talagang masasabi natin na ang ganda na ng 5G. It is already powered a certain particular industry, just like logistics, for example, yung ginawa ko example, so ganun po yun. So, it is further optimized. So, maganda na po, end-to-end disaggregated system, including mobile core and split RAN. So, very optimal na po yung performance niya. Okay? So, that is the summary of it. And of course, yung mga switches, kaya nagtataka kayo, medyo pag sa core network noon, it is, sinabi natin, yung mga experts dyan, yung mga IT, but electronics engineers can also do that one. But the advanced capability, nasama na din yung RAN. Before, when we say core network sa data center, nandun yung mga routers, mga switches, yung mga network management system, yung mga operating system, yung mga other proprietary companies just like Cisco and other components included in the data center or the core network. So ganun yun. But here, advanced capabilities also implemented even across the radio access part. Okay, and it is well disaggregated. Okay, so now when ONOS or the operating system is now introduced, because meron na pong switches, dyan na po papasok yung ibang mga proprietary companies just like Cisco, for example, and their platform. You can use monitoring system just like Chiari and other open source system just like Kubernetes. So maraming opportunities, business opportunities. That's what I'm saying, business opportunities for other companies to join in the 5G infrastructure. Okay? So, just like this one, if we're talking about the openness, so you can see there are already switches implemented as an edge cloud. For example, the central office, which is, we call it a core because the central office is already re-architected as a evolved data center. Okay, when it reaches the cloud to ask services, dadaan din siya doon sa mga service-based architecture, which is located in the cloud. But because of the multi-cloud advanced capability, just like the edge cloud capability, and you can assign more clouds and other smaller clouds in the ecosystem, then mas lalong parang pinalapit mo yung data center nearest you. So if there is a cloud functioning as an edge cloud or functioning as a core, ano yung ma-achieve mo? Ganon pa rin yung sinabi ko. Hopefully, the telecom operator will achieve yung target natin na 1 millisecond or konti. The lower the latency, the better. Kasi yan yung use case target. So, edge, putting more edge clouds in the edges of the network, outside the core network itself, it can greatly help the performance, the efficiency, again, gaya na sinabi ko, of the management and the data handling of the data that we need. Ano yun? Yung internet via the 5G SIM card, so on and so forth. So, gano'n yung ibig sabihin nun. Okay? Multi-cloud, you can implement, if you're the telecom operator, you can implement multiple cloud in certain multiple locations. Okay? Now, network slicing, as I've said, there is what we call RAN slice, as what was shown in the video. And there is also yung scheduler. Hindi mawawala yung scheduler because every slice, there are many user equipments or users. In the industry side naman tayo, because we are already talking about network slicing right now. Tapos na tayo doon sa customer scenario. So now, in the industry case scenario, one function in the network slicing is the RAN slice. So in the RAN slice, they also use this scheduler, okay? So that physical resource blocks can be assigned solely, dedicatedly to each user in the industry. For example, sa logistics. For example, LBC, they are already automating their logistics, their warehousing. Marami ng mga robots or marami ng drones or even you can integrate the FDAS, for example, or the automation of other systems inside a warehouse if possible. So 5G can do that with the use of these advanced capabilities. Okay. So yeah, that is very important. There is a proper scheduling, okay, with respect to time. So as you can see, near real-time controller with the real-time RAN controller plus the scheduler. So very, very centralized na po ang advanced capabilities dito sa network slicing in the radio access network side pa lang yan. How much more from the core network, di ba? So here, this is a much more broader diagram shown with regards to the RAN slicing under the network slicing. Okay, so of course, there are many ways to fully understand the problem, but what is important is you need to know what is the requirement of the tenant, yung mag-a-avail ng service-based na services. Then, after you know that one, then you will know what kind of slice the telecom operator will give. For example, logistics. So this is solely logistics. But for the three distinct use cases, kung logistics, ano lang ba yung pwede sa logistics? Just what I mentioned in my introduction to 5G and 6G. For logistics, ang kailangan lang sa logistics is yung what? And logistics, hindi naman kailangan ng malaking bandwidth. So, if you are working as a designer or engineer or network architect na position sa isang telecom operator, you will know na ito lang yung kailangan para dun sa isang slice to give it to the LBC company, for example, na hindi na kailangan ng malaking bandwidth. What's important is the many connected devices, which is the MMPC, and the URLLC, which is the important thing, the latency. So, ganon mo i-visualize kung ano lang yung requirement based doon sa scenario, sa use case. If hindi naman sa warehousing or sa logistics, what if sa healthcare? So, sa healthcare, of course, yung tatlo na yung kailangan mo. Yung 3 requirements, included na yung bandwidth, because without the bandwidth, hindi magiging clear yung kausap mo remotely. If we will implement e-healthcare, for example, e-healthcare, and also if you will implement gaming, for example, it's another industry, that's for the entertainment. So you need also yung tatlo na yung ibibigay mo. If you're the network architect, you need to also add in the network slice yung tinatawag na EMBB, di ba? So ganun lang yun. Now, in the core slicing, it is more virtualized. To simply say, it is more on virtualization, disaggregation, optimization, and the distribution of the data handling. Okay? So, are you following, guys? Can you type yes or no? If no, you can ask it as a question later. Okay? Can you? Okay, so I hope you are following very well. It is, lahat ng sinabi ko, summarized na po. Now, the framework is very important also. If you're going to be a electronics engineer working in the core network, in the telco, so you need to also understand what will be the framework as an exemplar implementation if you're going to work in the telco. Hindi ka na sa field, doon ka na sa core network, monitoring ka. So you need to understand this one. Okay, you need to understand the operating system, the operation and maintenance interfacing, especially the routing and switching kasi involved na dito yung mga networking devices di ba? If we're talking about data handling, monitoring, management, and packet handling, for example, of course, with those steps or parameters that you need to make sure that it is performing well across the pipeline, of course, you need to understand also networking, routing, and switching, di ba? So this is the core implemented as a core on the RAN and mobile. So kasama na dito yung core network. So as you can see, it is well orchestrated, separated yung control and user plane, and meron na pong mga other proprietary operating systems involved. So Kubernetes is part of that. Okay? So that is the parang additional modules in the core network. Okay? So napakaganda. Napakaganda pala and napaka-importante. Hopefully, pag meron ng data center ilalagay dito sa Pilipinas or maraming data centers, it can also, give jobs to electronics engineers as well. Di ba? Kasi monitoring, so this is one of our specialization, di ba? So it can also generate jobs as well. Once you understand what will be your job in the core network, ano ba yan? Simple desk job ba? Or I need to analyze, I need to monitor. It's, it is good to also, it is also good to work in the telco, by the way. Okay? So, another framework. And of course, there is already control integration and control development. Gaya na sinabi ko kanina, added in the exemplar implementation sana ng mga telecom operators. So this is an alternative way on how to view a core. Okay? Meron ng openness kasi meron ng operating system, meron ng control sa mga applications, monitoring the traffic, checking if the path for the data to travel nagiging delay ba dito, so automatically the network operating system, the open network operating system or the ONOS will immediately detect that this is the other option kasi mas mabilis, magiging mababa yung latency, automatic pack, ganun. So ganun yun. It's more software defined, very very efficient na ang management and handling in terms of network, di ba? So napakaganda. So that is just a summary of it. Okay? So yun, sa framework, you need to understand that the three major subsystems: platform, profile, and the CI/CD toolchain. Yun lang po yung pinaka-importante dito. Okay? Once you know this subsystems, you will fully understand what will be the exemplar implementation of the telco. Hopefully, if they will implement it here in the Philippines, then you will understand. Okay? Next, platform components. What will be the platform components, by the way? So, dito na yung mga certain applications, open system applications, and other operational interfaces. So, dahil sinabi ko kanina, marami nang pwedeng mag-invest sa 5G. Hindi lang puro Huawei, puro mga vendors lang. It is already going in a direction na magiging open system na siya. So, kagaya nito, trellis control. It is called trellis. So what you can see, it is like a leaf spine fabric. So maraming fabrics of connections. There will be a much simpler and efficient way to control things because of this nagiging leaf spine fabric of connectivity. Okay? And of course, software-defined network will still be there. And telco networks will capitalize this kind of exemplar implementation. Okay? And ito, cloudification. Ito yung sinasabi ko, multi-cloud, napakaganda. It is like you are putting a cloud and it is like virtually parang data center. It will give us more better latency. Okay? So, ganun lang yung kasimple intindihin. As you can see on the diagram, RAN connectivity, naka-fiber pa, meron pang nearest cloud in a nearest core or existing central office na naging core, re-architected data center, magiging maganda ang ating ecosystem ng 5G. And ano pa yung pwedeng i-introduce ng ating mga telcos? OTT, over-the-top applications and services. Because of this, many cloudifications of access, OTT services, and more can be introduced. Okay? So, hindi lang multi-cloud, multi-tenant pa. Ibig sabihin, multi-tenant, maraming industries ang pwede mong i-powered by 5G as I've discussed in my previous seminars, webinars sa introduction ng 5G at 6G. More services will be introduced because of this cloudification, softwareization, virtualization, software-defined networking, openness of the network operating system, this and that. So, ganun. Ganun lang simpleng intindihin bakit gumaganda ang ating network, lalo na sa 5G. We went deeper on how 5G is behaving behind the scenes. Okay? Computing is one of the keywords there. Okay? Edge Cloud as a Service. So kung merong SaaS, merong PaaS, merong IaaS, meron ding Edge Cloud as a Service. That will be for 5G alone na access. So napakaganda. Edge Cloud as a Service. You put edges, you put clouds, global clouds, and some smaller clouds in the edges nearest to the users, you will experience, and there is an efficiency will be happening. Di ba? So sa diagram pa lang makikita mo na wala na masyadong delay sa packet handling, data packet handling, di ba? Do you agree or not? Can you type yes if meron and ask question later? Okay? So, di ba? Our network became simpler so that the services that we will get as a user and as an industry or company, it became more simpler, non-complex. It's not complex anymore. Nagiging complex na kasi pagtingin mo, sir, ang dami components, parang hindi ko alam. Of course, once you know all of those components, it became a low complex system, and you will fully understand that all of those webinars that you participated, just like PON, just like GPON, EPON, software-defined networking, eto na pala, nandito na sa 5G. Okay? So, Edge Cloud as a Service, eto yon. Aether management platform, it's another, third party based platform. So you can see other companies can join the business side of it, diba? Okay, so you see, parang networking na din, but powered by 5G. Okay? So of course, merong mga research opportunities, meron pa rin mga challenges. Kasi, especially in the Philippines, ano pa lang we just started. Let's just say 5G is in the phase 1 pa lang. Let's just assume na 5G here in the Philippines is nasa stage 1 pa lang or phase 1. So meron pang maraming challenges ahead that we will encounter or the telecom operator will encounter. So there are still research opportunities as well. Okay? That is what? One of it is the multi-access, virtualization, customization, near real-time. Kasi sabi ko nga, near real-time, we are achieving that URLLC or yung latency. Next is the data reduction. What are we reducing? The data, because whenever we are asking the data, the system is getting congested. Syempre, mga machines yan doon sa core network. So there is a data reduction which will be critical because of the many processing. So if hindi ka gagamit, nagiging idle, okay, reduce the data here so that the system will still perform efficiently. Ganon. Diba? It's not about congestion, but the usage of the data, kasi halimbawa sabay-sabay. But one of the slides is idle. Syempre, the priority scheduling of the core network for the another slice of the another tenant will be focused there, so the quality of service will be efficient. Gaya ng sinabi doon sa video presentation kanina. There is priority, there is scheduling, so that the quality of service will be maintained. Okay, so of course, other than that, distributed services, kaya siya na disaggregated, and the scalability. I agree. Scalability, kasi dahil na sinabi ko, ang dami ko nang sinabi na many other third-party operating system, other proprietary IT networking operators, just like let's just say Cisco and other brands, yung network nagiging scalable in such a way that it can be interoperable. So yun yung kagandahan ng mga research opportunities, that those challenges can be solved. Okay, may solution sa challenge in the near challenges maharapin si telco or si operator. So okay, types of RAN. Ito, this is more detailed. Don't worry about the slides. Si Go, Earl na po yung mag-distribute niyan. Si Lodi. Okay, so for the types of RAN, this is in real life. Ito, hardware speaking, this is it. Ano yung nawala? Okay, sa mga electronics engineers dyan na practitioners or yung mga matatalino, ano yung nawala sa mobile tower? Ano yung nawala? What has been removed? Especially if we are going to deploy 5G as this type of RAN. Okay, ano yung nawala? Can you type in any guess, guys? Don't worry. I will not correct you. We're sharing to be more interactive naman. Ano yung nawala? Ano yung nawala? Guys, ito, cell site to, ano yung nawala? Sa CPRI. Yes, that's very good. Radio frequency cables or yung coaxial cables. maraming losses if you will replace the RF cabling to a fiber as your CPRI or yung tinatawag na Common Public Radio Interface. What will happen? We can still have an efficiency on achieving the latency. And maganda, fiber. Habang tumatagal, nagmumura yung fiber, di ba? So ganun. Ganun kaganda yung real-life mobile towers for 5G. Okay? And eto, ano yung dinagdag, gaya sinabi ko, ano yung dinagdag sa 4G para magiging 5G siya? Yan. For the layers, for the hardware, yan ang dinagdag. Kaya naging 5G siya. So, and dahil sinabi ko, if there is split RAN, this is also, in 4G, there is a split also, pero hindi siya more disaggregated. So, konti lang. Ano yung wala dito sa 4G sa kanyang split? Sa 5G, ano yung wala kay 4G na meron kay 5G? It is the what? Mid-haul. It is the mid-haul. Kaya yung 4G hindi pa gaano kabilis. Nung dumating si 5G, parang hindi tayo kontento sa 4G. Gusto ko 5G. Yan ang ibig sabihin yan. Then, for the deployment, nagiging much less na lang ang hardwares. You can add other 5G cells, but nagiging less na lang yung mga hardware. Okay? And you can put it as a what? Kaya sinabi ko, disaggregated, nagiging na siya? Distributed. Okay? So, kanina, it is a centralized RAN. Now, it is called distributed RAN. Kasi there are many types of RAN. And habang parami yung types of RAN, there is a direction going to the open RAN. Openness of the access, radio access. Okay? So, ito, DRAN, tapos yung sunod, si centralized RAN. Ano yung nangyari kay centralized RAN? Centralized RAN, so that wala nang, added hardware on the what? More hardware or more cost involved on deploying such type of RAN. So, ano yung nangyari sa centralized RAN? One centralized BBU or yung tatawag natin na BBU hosteling, nagiging efficient hard cost is naging effective na, di ba? So yan tinatawag na hosteling, centralized RAN or CRAN, okay? Pero wala pa rin dito si mid-haul, but the mid-haul is located on the BBU, okay? So this is one type by Orange Labs, BBU hosteling. So, yun. Optical Distribution Network or yung tinatawag natin ngayon na PON. Then the better. Okay? And of course, another step for BBU hosteling is the distribution. Siya. So, panang central, clean in such a way, yung mga hardwares, clean na siya. Di ba? It's clean, konti na lang yung mga hardware components na i-install pag magde-deploy ka ng mga cells or 5G small cells. So, because of that, meron ng containerization, virtualization that can happen because it is that they will evolve the RAN to a containerized deployment plus virtualized na. Okay? So, software-defined networking na talaga siya kasi meron ng meron ng nagko-control, nag-ooperate, and in the virtualized deployment scenario, it's called a hypervisor. And for the container, it's the mga applications, mga runtime apps. Okay? So Kubernetes operating system can be used there. Okay? And of course, mga VNFs will be introduced. And another one is Cloud Run. So napakaganda. Many types of run. Okay? Cloud Run. So virtualized na yung hosteling ng BBU. Kaya once Cloud Run is introduced, ibig sabihin meron ng siyang edge cloud nearest to your location, possibly, probably, and controlling those connected 5G cells. Yun yung ibig sabihin, Cloud Run. Okay? And, of course, ito yung mga types of run, but there is one more run, which is the Open Run. So, sa 5G, ito yung kanyang evolution. So, gaya na sinabi ko, service-based architecture was added in 4G. So, ito na yung nangyari. Ito na yung evolution niya. But it will not end there because non-standalone pa. Once it is fully shall we say, fully matatawag siya na totoong 5G, yan na yung magiging 5G core, 5G RAN, and it will be called a standalone 5G system. Okay? Kaya 5Gs ang tawag. Okay, so the layer splits. For the layers, dito na papasok yung mga splits on the front hole pa rin. So because of the splits, scheduling, prioritization, tracking of the mobility and all of those core network functions can be achieved with respect to time. Okay? So ganito, nagkaroon na ng mid-hole sa 5G. And those splits, merong mga versions habang papunta yung stand-alone going to this stand-alone, nagiging disaggregated ang mga run. So marami ng splits. Okay, nagiging efficient and performing well na. Okay? So just like Samsung, ito yung ginawa nila. And for Nokia, ito rin yung ginawa nila. More on virtualization sila ang kanilang approach as a vendor. So bilang vendor, siyempre yung Nokia, they are contacting those telecom operators na dito na kayo bibili sa amin ng operating systems and hardwares for 5G. So depende na yan sa operators at saka yung approach ng operator. Okay? And for the ORAN, this is the ORAN.
Meron
This
kanina,
is the
rinig na
Open RAN.
yung jacket eh.
More on the high-level orchestration. Okay? High level na. Okay? So, typical mobile network architecture using the ORAN. Ito po. So, as you can see, hindi lang hardware, more on the openness na, and more applications are introduced and can be interoperable in the core network because iba-iba yung service. For example, isang service, isang slice. Tapos ibibigay natin kay LBC. Tapos yung isa, ibibigay natin kay ABS-CBN, for example, because they're going digital. This is just an example, guys, okay? Baka iba yung eto na po, metro dinagdag na distributed unit yung site. Okay? So, network slicing. Ito po. And ito yung sasabi ko for the network slicing, one fits all. So it fits all. And of course, per slice, it can cater many tenants with respect to line and frequency over the air. Okay? So are you still following, guys? Are you still following?
Yes po, sir. Medyo ano lang yung audio natin, Sir Sajid. Medyo nawawala po. Hello, sir. Sir Sajid. Hello, Sir Sajid. We can't hear anything po, sir. Are you still there?
Okay, so let me check my other screen. So,
Okay na, sir.
yun, as per what shows in the diagram, ito po yung mga applications and developments that can be made. Okay, just like this one. Self-management is also there. Okay, and for the services, if we will make a certain slice, okay, if we will make a certain slice, you will notice that there are services that can be delivered using network slicing other than yung sinabi ko kanina na logistics. So there, it is called what? For the cloud gaming, power grid, you can apply a slice in the power grid as well. And yung other applications just like industrial internet and the healthcare. Okay? So, yan na po yun. And next will be self-management architecture. So, for the self-management architecture, this you will see the end-to-end slice, how it travels and how 5G core network will Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Opo, sir.
Okay, for a while, I'll just check my connection. Okay, for a while, let me check my connection. Okay, so I hope, sorry for the, so ito na yung, there is some problem with our ISP right now in the Philippines. So, okay, let me continue. I hope you can you still hear me, by the way, guys?
Yes, po, sir. It's now loud and
Okay, so, okay, loud and clear. Thank you, Engineer Hannah, for that one. So, we stop here on this self-management architecture because for this self-management architecture, for you to understand that the end-to-end slicing management really happens on the core network. And ito po yung kanyang architecture. So as you can see, many tenants, may corresponding slice siya on the 5G service. Okay? So bakit? So 4 logical layers, you need to understand, it is for the capability of the platform, the CSMF, NSMF, and the NSSMF. Okay, not just a big slice, but there will be more subnet management or the slice that can be created. So just like this one. So as you can see, ang dami pala. You're like slicing an apple, and you are slicing in such a way na evenly distributed siya sa mga kakain ng apple. So all of these people that will eat the apple will enjoy together, di ba? Okay? So, hindi yata ako makabukas ng video. Anyway, let's continue. So, for the library, 3 parts of the exposure platform, these are the libraries included. So, that's for the operation and maintenance, operations capability, and the capability of the management. So, this is like modules, by the way. In the management system. Okay, so for the self-management development, ito po yung kanilang roadmap. So from this year onwards, ito po yung kanilang development for the self-management on the B2B. So ano yung B2B? Sometimes they call it B2B because it's business to business. Kaya nga sabi ko, aside from the industry, it is more on the business. So a company should request such 5G network slice so that they can use those 5G services. Tayo, na bumili lang ng SIM card, hanggang ano lang tayo, parang more on entertainment, basic functionalities lang. But here, it is more different. It is more different in this scenario. B2B na. Okay? So until 2023 and onwards, so nagiging mature na ang development ng self-management of the network slicing in the core network. So nagiging industrialized, automated, intelligent, and yung parating yung naririnig. Especially in the Industry 4.0. Ano yan, sir? AI. Artificial intelligence na. So, ganun yun. they are also making a transition, hindi lang sa bago yung cellphone mo, and also maganda na yung services ng 5G, but on the industry side applications, ito yung kanilang target, kanilang roadmap. Okay? So, patapos na po tayo. Enjoy the videos. And, of course, I hope na maximize po yung time.
The core must radically change. Enterprises and industries are transforming their business. Consumers are embracing new, augmented experiences. Everyone wants to extend communications from people to things. But the cost of serving ever more devices and soaring traffic can easily outpace revenues. Moreover, complexity in the network core throttles innovation. So how do you serve everyone and everything while maximizing your returns? The answer lies in rethinking the core. The 5G core must be cloud native, built on a microservices architecture geared for extreme automation. Infrastructure agnostic and serving any access, it deploys anywhere. Dynamically scaling to run new services and distributing mission-critical and latency-sensitive workloads closer to where they're needed. Nokia helps you turn what's possible into reality. With Nokia 5G Core, there are no limitations on where you deploy. Use virtual machines or containers running on private, public, or hybrid clouds, even deploy on bare metal. An open and flexible core. It comes with open APIs to support agile service innovation with your ecosystem partners. Enterprises can take control of their own telecommunications services. And with zero-touch automation, you get massive productivity gains in deployment, testing, slicing, and updates, enabling you to deliver the stringent performance, reliability, and security your customers need. Nokia 5G Core's high performance delivers demanding and diverse services. We know openness drives innovation, revenue, and profit. We have hard-earned expertise in integrating, deploying, testing, and tuning cloud for production. Are you ready to innovate, execute, and pivot to new opportunities? Open your core as a collaborative platform. Let it grow your business in new ways. Extraordinary ways. Nokia 5G Core.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoe. As we all know, 5G and logistics are two words that remind you of speed. In this video, you're going to see how 5G is making logistics even more speedy. I'm now at Kunming Shipbuilding Equipment Corporation in Yunnan Province, also known as KSEC. This company is a logistic equipment manufacturer and has worked with Huawei and China Mobile to do a lot of joint experiments and innovation. Come with me and check it out. We're at KSEC's stereoscopic warehouse. As you can see, the shelves are very high. How can workers put goods onto the shelves and then pick them up from the shelves? They do it using stackers, the machine you see moving through the warehouse. 5G provides wireless connectivity with low latency and high reliability, and this allows the stackers to move accurately and stably in a complex environment. There are many pieces of new equipment in the factory, such as the rail-guided vehicles beside me. With the use of RGVs, workers no longer need to work between the rails. This protects the safety of workers while boosting the efficiency. 5G makes the RGBs more convenient and flexible because it eliminates the need for cables. Let's come and see another interesting machine. This is an automated guided vehicle. It looks smart and will never go the wrong way. 5G and computer vision technologies help them lead the right way quickly and accurately at a low cost. It also prevents them from getting lost because of the stable connections. Having seen this equipment, you may be wondering where all the workers are. They are here, here, and here. With 5G networks, workers can check how the equipment is running in real time and can control the equipment through the screen.
我在画面监控的这个过程中呢，可以清晰的看到我的一个设备运行情况及我的一个物料仓储的一个状态。整个运行速度的话，包括信号的传递，可以控制在20毫秒以内。
We can see this complicated 5G smart logistics system runs automatically. It is a testament to 5G's low latency and high reliability. But what are the future prospects of this system? Let's go and ask Mr. Gan, the head of KSEC's Intelligence Technology.
在工业互联网这个领域里边，需要5G 的加持，才能让人、物、设备进行有机的衔接。在生产流动过程中呢，我们的计算机里的模型会通过5G 收集信息，进入到了我们的数字化模型。数字化模型呢，会伴随着制造的模型呢，它能提前5秒钟知道将发生什么，使我们的智能制造呢产生了一个巨大的飞跃。期待跟华为在后边的工程项目里有非常好的合作。这对昆传的商业价值远远大于1个订单、2个订单。
通过昆传5G 智慧物流项目，云南移动构建了5G 在物流领域的生态，创新了5G 面向垂直行业商业模式，和昆传、华为一起打造了云南第1个5G 创新试验基地，共同发布了5G 智慧物流应用场景与解决方案白皮书。目前3方正在联合推动5G 专网加智慧物流方案在烟草、机场等行业的落地。在烟草行业，我们已经实现了标杆打造。
5G technology has made manufacturing, warehousing, and logistics more efficient and reliable. It has also created new business opportunities and social value, and opened new possibilities. And that is all for today's 5G tour. See you in the next episode. Bye!
With the arrival of 5G networks, higher bandwidth and lower latency will directly contribute to better diagnosis and faster triage. That will save lives. My name is Rafael Grossman, and I'm a surgeon, a teacher, and a healthcare futurist. Today, there aren't enough healthcare resources to meet the world's needs. We know that about 2/3 of the world's population, about 5 billion people, don't really have access to safe surgery or to affordable surgery. We need to really use the technology that we have at hand, like 5G, to shorten that gap between what we can offer and what we need to offer. The clarity of high-definition video in 5G will make telehealth experiences more comfortable and accurate for rural and remote patients. As a surgeon, the more I can see, the better my diagnosis. 5G connected wearables will facilitate streaming of real-time data. They can monitor how much you are active, or your heart rate, or even your blood pressure with the touch of a button. The use of virtual and augmented reality will be invaluable for providing lifelike experiences when teaching medical procedures. Healthcare is about communicating and connecting better. Having no perceptible latency will allow us to have a real-life conversation, but at a distance. We know that 80% of people with healthcare questions don't need the physical contact with a provider in order to be successfully advised or treated. Remote surgery using semi-autonomous robots will be feasible. So will the use of AI and deep learning to analyze CT scans, MRIs, X-rays, and other imaging studies to vastly improve our medical diagnosis. I think 5G is going to cause a paradigm shift in healthcare. Everything from prevention to treatment to rehabilitation, teaching, and mentoring will be enriched. 5G will elevate the quality of care throughout the US and around the world.
Okay, thank you. Video na lang. So that's it. So I hope that it's not too late. So I maximize the time. So ito na naman yung pabaon ko sa iyo, just like last time. According to Brian Herbert, the capacity to learn is a gift, the ability to learn is a skill, and the willingness to learn is a choice. So depende na po sa inyo if you want to really want to excel and to learn 5G. You need to learn and explore. Okay, so video na lang. Hindi ako makaano ng camera ko eh. Anyway, thank you, IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. Salamat sa tanan. And of course, thank you. I think meron pang oras sa question and answer. Thank you po, moderators. Thank you, Gob. Thank you, Engineer Hannah. Thank you, Technical Working Group. And that's it. I hope you absorb all about the deep dive in 5G. Thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, so thank you once again, Engineer Sajid Makabalang. Sir, that is a very, very, very intensive and informative discussion about 5G networks. Sir, if you have spare time, we want to request a little bit extension of your time, because I know some of our participants would like to ask some questions. And of course, reminding everybody that the attendance link is now working and is now posted in our chat box. So for our participants, if you have questions to Engineer Sajid, kindly key in or chat in our chat box so that we can acknowledge it later. And while we are waiting for our questions, Sir Sajid, siguro I'd like to be the first to ask, ano?
Okay.
Is it okay, sir? Ayan.
Pwede.
So, sir, actually, ilang gabi kong pinag-isipan yung question ko. Kasi sabi ko, magandang topic ito, no? But I'm pretty sure na masasagot mo po ito. Very, very, very difficult po talaga ito, sir. But then, alam kong kayang-kaya nyo po ito. Okay, so, Sir Sajid, very simple lang po actually yung question ko. Oo, kasi, for a while, ha? Yes, going back to our banner. Okay, first technical webinar. Ang theme natin ngayon is a deep dive in 5G networks by Engineer Sajid and Makabalang. Yan. So, sir, ang question ko, ready ka na ba?
Okay.
Hello, sir? Yes, sir. Yes, ang question ko po, sir, is ano po ang ang meaning ng middle initial natin?
Okay. I think it's part of the test. I think it's part of the test. It's part of the test, and hopefully, kung nakita nila kanina sa slides, I'm sure masasagot nila yung bonus question.
Nakulagot. Hindi po ba tayo mag-bonus, Sir Sajid? Ayan.
Yes. Ayun, kilala pala niya ako. Okay, yun na. Meron na kayong 1 point sa exam.
Ayan guys, nagbigay na ng clue si Engineer Sajid, ha. Nandun na din sa sa slides niya, and meron na ding nagbigay ng answer doon sa chat box. So ayun, bonus point na yun sa inyo. So how about our participants? Meron bang matapang na magtatanong kay Engineer Sajid sa lahat ng na-discuss niya? Yes, we are waiting your questions. And baka may gusto pong i-expound si Engineer Sajid, sir. You may have the floor.
Yes. So, is there any questions, by the way? Any simple or difficult? I hope that I can answer it technically clear. So, meron po ba? So, I think wala yata. So, back to you po, Engineer Hannah.
Ayun, sure na ba tayo na wala tayong question? Yes, I guess I guess I heard someone.
Oh, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay lang, Sir Earl.
Ayun, may mga questions. Okay. Okay, so I already made it clear on the very beginning that ito po it's not just it's not just the private sectors just like the telecom operators because they are really a private entity, but for me there is a need for the government or even i-mention ko na po, even who, DICT or NTC or even the government, that they need to help also the telecom operators to work hand in hand or yung tinatawag natin kung pwede, yung PPP, Public-Private Partnership. So, anong klaseng partnership? Ano yung magiging project? So that is in my own technical opinion, it can happen, but it is, a long process, but still, ito lang po yung isang viable na option because we need the support of our government so that they can attract or invite investors to invest in building more data centers inside the Philippines. Ganun lang po ang solution. Ganun lang po. Because I know and we know na kung nagtitipid si operator, how can they deploy a multi-million project na baka sa kanila sa susunod pa siguro na years, but we cannot wait kasi the demand of the people are time is ticking. Ibig sabihin gusto nila na meron ng data centers dito sa loob ng Pilipinas. So ito lang yung para sa akin. We need a public-private partnership project that is with the government and the private investors that they need to make a joint venture na maglagay sila ng data centers dito as many as possible kasi that is the only viable solution that I can foresee kasi once meron tayong data centers dito, even if we will put even one or two or three data centers, let's just say one data center for what? For Mindanao, Visayas, Luzon, then it can greatly help those branches in every region to eliminate or mitigate yung latency issues. So, ganun lang po, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer, Sir Sajid. Are you good with that, Engineer Earl? Opo. Yes, sir. Because we have the same question here in our chat box from Sir Michael Kaisip, and I believe that is the same answer, Sir Sajid. So now we will proceed to the second question, sir, from Sir Malvin Semilia. Is RTWP alarm also exists in 5G, or it has been totally eliminated? Sir Sajid.
Actually, this is in terms of the power. RTW, it's called, here, let me abbreviate. Ito yon. Actually, this one, ito sir, yung RTWP, this is only exists in, especially in 2G, 3G. Bakit? Because when you have frequencies which is, yung parang near to each other, and the network operator forgot to allocate a frequency, for example, IBS, for example, IBS does. Because usually, lumalabas po ito sa mga indoor solutions sa DAS, because there are passive components. Now, if I'm talking about an example, specific example like IBS DAS, dito po lumalabas yung RTWP. So, that is a form of an alarm na merong certain frequencies that you need to separate. And also, you need to check also the settings of your radio, your remote radio unit, baka doon nag-originate yung RTWP. Because usually RTWP, sumasabay po yan sa alarm na VSW alarm. So once you eliminated the VSWR alarm, which is also located in the passive side of the DAS, then RTWP can also be eliminated or removed. Basta yung correct settings na given to you by the let's just say taga telco, then you are the contractor, then you will follow the instructions on how to eliminate. Kasi you cannot optimize or you cannot start your walk test, your optimization activity, your penetration test, your throughput test, mobility test, static test, and other tests that you need to do when you are optimizing the network. Kasi kailangan tanggalin mo muna itong mga alarms before you will do optimization. So tinutulungan ka ng representative or yung engineer doon sa taga-telco talaga yung operator. Now, if you're talking about 5G, we are still using power, but the good thing in 5G, there will be less RTWP. Because why? When we are talking about power in 5G, we are talking about more efficient managing, monitoring, and also controlling of the power. Since 5G, we are already also how do you call this one? We are also giving power wirelessly. So that is also practice in 5G. But for me, usually lumalabas po ito from 2G hanggang 3G and even 4G. But 5G, I have never been seen that there is a normal or common RTWP alarm. Okay, but it's not totally eliminated because 5G or mobile telecommunications, we are also using power, which is in a sense that power coming from our baseband units when we are processing those signals coming from the core network. But it's not totally eliminated. But RTWP na sa 5G, maybe it's a different terminology na siguro. It won't be RTWP ang terminology in 5G because wala na pong coaxial cables. We are already using fiber optic cables in 5G. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that very clear explanation, Engineer Sajid. And I know a lot of us still wants to ask question to Engineer Sajid. However, due to time constraint, we are limiting the questions. And now, sir, we will end the Q&A portion. And of course, Sir Sajid, marami kaming key takeaways doon sa lahat ng discussion mo, sir, no? Yung mga data centers, yung mga PPP, and all, ang daming na-mention actually, and kulang na kulang yung time. We understood that, but
yes,
however,
kulang talaga.
so, po. However, we promised everyone that hanggang 6 p.m. lang tayo. So now, Sir Sajid, thank you so much, sir. We will now give you your certificate. Of course, Sir Sajid, that concludes our Q&A session. And once again, thank you, Sir Sajid. Hopefully, we can still invite you in our future webinars. And
yes, sure.
Yes, opo, sir. And of course, allow me to read the citation. IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Sajid and Makabalang in grateful acknowledgement of his expertise, professional competence, and invaluable service rendered as resource speaker during the IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN first technical webinar and induction of officers 2022 with the topic A Deep Dive in 5G Networks, given this 26th day of February 2022 and signed by our IECEP Governor, Engineer Earl June L. Heraldez. Ayan, so Sir Sajid, thank you to our participants. Let us all give Engineer Sajid a virtual round of applause. Ayan.
Thank you din sa inyo.
Opo. So moving on to give us encouraging message, let us welcome Engineer Paulo Lalaguna, PECE, the IECEP Singapore immediate past governor, sir. So I believe our guest is not yet around, so we will now
Hello, sorry.
yes, sir.
Paalaw po ako mag-start ng cam. Thank you. Ayun. Okay na
yes,
po?
Sir. Okay na po.
Yeah.
Yes, opo.
Thank you. Good afternoon po. Maayong ano oras na? Maayong gabi sa imong tanan. Good afternoon, good evening po sa lahat, no? And first, I would like to congratulate our newly inducted officers for the IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN chapter under the leadership and guidance of our ever dynamic and dashing Governor Earl June Heraldez. Okay? And I would also like to congratulate ang napaka-hardworking at napaka-supportive nating resource speaker, si Engineer Sajid Makabalang. Sajid Narido Makabalang. Ayun, yun na yung take. Nabigyan na ba yung sagot sa bonus, sir?
Oo.
Okay. And let me acknowledge some of our super friends na nandito po ngayon. To start with, I believe, nandito kanina po si si ang ating National President, Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, our Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyle Anthony Joel Villas, my Beshi, across the ocean, across the seas, ang Publication Committee Chairman, si Engineer Tanya M. Osorio, and she also is the immediate past governor of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. Okay, and also would like to acknowledge yung pong mga kasama natin from other chapters. Immediate former governor of IECEP Qatar, Engineer Kensley Armon F. Manese, the current governor of IECEP Qatar, Engineer Sang Batoon, and so we just like to short introduction of myself. I'm Paulo Lalaguna. I'm the current Secretary General of IECEP Singapore chapter, and immediate past governor din po ng IECEP Singapore chapter. As I was looking at the roster of the IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN's newly inducted officers, I actually see familiar names, familiar faces. Most of them, if not all, have greatly supported and contributed their time and talent dun sa ating recently concluded and very successful 71st EAGM. This chapter's roster of officers is truly a powerhouse cast led by our governor, Engineer Earl June Heraldez at the helm, and with the continuous guidance of two accomplished, respected, and beloved ladies in our profession, namely Engineer Tanya M. Osorio and the chapter's immediate past governor, and Dr. Michelle D. Lawas, our ever-engaging national president. So truly, you can say that IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN chapter's future looks very promising, and you are definitely in the good hands, no? So if I may, I would like to end my message with a quote from Lao Tzu, the founder of philosophical Taoism. A leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, we did it ourselves. And I believe, no, pupusta po ako, IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN would one day say, we did it ourselves. Go na tayo, no? National, #1 local chapter. Okay? Again, congratulations, IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN chapter. Dagang salamat sa imong tanan. Padayon, IECEP-SOCCS. Maraming salamat po.
Ayun. So thank you so much, Sir Paulo, for that very encouraging support. So padayon, IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. And again, Sir Paulo is the immediate past governor of IECEP Singapore. Yan. So, di ba hindi tayo basta-basta for today kasi yung mga guests natin from foreign land pa, ano? And then, very special po yung event natin today kasi kanina, we all experienced niyanig tayo ng lindol. Ayun. So, para sa grand entrance natin, nagpa-earthquake pa si Gov Tanya. Ayan. So, for a while, let me share my screen. Now, moving on, let us hear another encouraging message from the IECEP Qatar Governor, Engineer Herson Zhang Batoon. Sir?
Thank you, Engineer Hannah, for that introduction. Okay. To the newly installed Governor of IECEP-SOCCS, Engineer Earl June Heraldez, to the immediate past Governor, Engineer Tanya, and the rest of the past governors, to the dedicated Board of Trustees and the supportive members of IECEP-SOCCS, and to the guests and participants of this event, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. And congratulations to Engineer Sajid for a wonderful topic. Thank you for inviting me this afternoon, and my congratulations to IECEP-SOCCS for the conduct of the first technical webinar and induction of officers 2022. I would like to commend the 2022 officers led by Engineer Earl June Heraldez for wholeheartedly accepting the challenge of leading and serving the IECEP-SOCCS and its general membership. IECEP-SOCCS is very fortunate to have leaders who are dedicated, committed, and passionate in performing the duties and responsibilities for the love of the organization and the profession. In the spirit of shared understanding, responsibility, and selfless service, IECEP Qatar is one with you in celebrating the chapter's impressive growth and its continuous development. And in unity, we are hoping that the entire membership will show you continued support to IECEP and our profession. With this, IECEP Qatar looks forward to working together and collaborating with you in future events, and may our partnership bear fruits of goodwill for both our chapters and its members. Congratulations to the newly elected officers of the chapter, and in behalf of IECEP Qatar, we are wishing you an eventful, accomplished, and successful 2022. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you po, Sir Zhang. Guys, baka nagugulat kayo, these special messages are coming from our partner chapters natin. You noticed we have from Singapore, we have from Qatar, and of course, later we will be having another one. And sa chat box natin, nagtatawanan, no? Nagtatanong kung ano daw yung earthquake. So, sa mga hindi po taga-SOCSARGEN, kanina po habang nagbibigay si Gov Tanya ng kanyang opening remarks, niyanig po kami ng lindol dito. And ayun, so you might want to include in your hashtags, #SOCSKSARGEN. Kasi nagpalindol talaga si Gov as part of her welcome remarks. Ayan. So, Sir Zhang, again, once again, thank you po for your encouraging message and message of support for IECEP-SOCSARGEN, sir. And now we will proceed to the next message that will be given by the IECEP National Vice Governor for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyle Anthony Jewel G. Villas. Sir?
Yes, good evening. Yeah, good evening to everyone. No? So, I don't know if I was called earlier. Teka, tatawa ako sa mga sa chat no? Nadidistract ako kumbaga. No? Okay, so good evening to the IECEP-SOCSARGEN family, the IECEP-SOCSARGEN membership. Of course, headed by the ever OPA, one of the OPAs ng IECEP na very well documented naman yan. One of the faces of the new generations ng IECEP leaders, Governor Earl June Heraldez. Congratulations on your induction and also the whole 2022 set of new board of trustees and officers ng IECEP-SOCSARGEN. Alam po natin, sabi ko nga, IECEP-SOCSARGEN, I don't know if I've said this before. Yeah, I think I said this before, no, that IECEP-SOCSARGEN is very close to my heart. Of course, I've made some good friends here, relationships, professional relationships, no, with regards to the IECEP activities. Way back before I was still a governor of Rizal chapter, and up until now, so we have been able to work hand in hand and nurture all those relationships further. So kaya I'm very happy, I'm very privileged whenever merong activity and I do have the time to spare, I would always be there to support and see yung mga activities ni IECEP-SOCSARGEN. Parang ano ko na rin to, second family, no? So hindi ko naabutan kanina, hindi ko narinig because we've been juggling from one event to another. Yung payanig ni Gov Tanya kanina, no? But I'm very sure, iba yan eh. Gov Tanya Osorio yan. Hindi ko babanggitin kung sino ang ano tawag dito, ka-IECEP look-alike mo rito. Pero we've been compiling IECEP look-alike ng mga natin, ng mga IECEP personalities. Baka isumpa niya na ako, sabihin, pati ba naman dito, binanggit mo pa rin iyon. So, okay, mag-speech na raw ako, kulang daw sa oras. Bakit kulang sa oras? Pag si Brad Sajid nga, si Engineer Sajid, lumalampas pa ng 2 oras, hindi nyo naman sinisita. Dire-diretso lang, no? By the way, congratulations, Engineer Sajid, you are a staple to all of the, if not all, no, most of the chapters. Talagang suki ka na. Pwede ka na magpagawa ng billboard, Brad, sa IECEP. Sikat na sikat ka. Very much in demand, not only in IECEP, the ICT. Lagi kitang nakikita sa Facebook. You are a very well sought after speaker. Diba? Super Sajid, ika nga talaga. So if you still need anything related to his specialization, especially telecommunications, no? So nandyan lang po lagi si Engineer Sajid. And hindi na ako nagugulat pag nakikita kita sa isang event. You are very capable to be a speaker talaga po dyan sa mga topics po natin na iyan. But anyways, I just want to say again, congratulations to the chapter. Let me remind you guys that yung oath po na ginawa ninyo kanina, administered by no less than our National President, Dr. Michelle Lawas, who is concurrently attending the PFPA Awards. No? Nabanggit naman niya yung kanina. I was there nung binabanggit niya yun. So, we are well represented with our external activities. And you, on the local scene, sabi ko nga, kayong mga officers that you have, that have been administered yung oath earlier, yung oath po ninyo symbolizes your pledge to your organization. One and only organization natin, IECEP Incorporated, and also to the further development of our profession. And like what I always say, whatever you do, it is more importantly dedicated always, should be always for the heart of our community. And sabi nga ni Tanya, on the previous reference na nandun din siya, no? I always equate this doon sa hashtag na ginagamit natin. Kaya nga ginagamit natin yung IECEP Puso, because you, the general membership who are listening with us right now, joining with us with all of the activities and lahat naman po ng ginagawa, not only from the national but on the local chapter scene, ay para po sa inyo, because you are the heart of our community. You are the heartbeat of this organization. Without you, hindi po tatakbo itong organization po na ito. And let me remind you guys again that with your oath na ginawa po ninyo nitong mga ng ating local chapter officers and board of trustees, that you have been entrusted with this position. Please do not fail them sa pinagkatiwala po nila sa inyo, trust and confidence. Whatever success na ma-attain pa po ninyo for the duration of the year, of which I think there's no way to go but up, no? You have already been second runner-up awardee for best local chapter last year. You are first runner-up awardee, and like I always say, i-claim nyo na. Ano ba ang susunod doon? Maybe the best local chapter is yours this year. Correct? Di ba? Claim nyo na yan. IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. I hope to see you on that virtual podium finish later on the top. Kung hindi man on the top, kung hindi man virtual podium, probably we would be seeing each other face-to-face, physically, hopefully if the situation gets better later on. So the national officers are always here for you. We will be always your true partners with regards to our to empowering IECEP further in our profession. So with that being said, thank you for the opportunity na magpagsalita po dito. I also would like, dagdag ko lang dun sa you are also well represented on the national activities, the national committees. In fact, your governor, Earl Junihaldes, is a part and a member of the committee of the portal and website committee. No? So, and that being said, maraming salamat po for the opportunity na binigay nyo sa akin for this virtual stage. For the meantime, makapagbigay po ng inspirational message sa inyo. See you around, guys. And just like what I always say, we always say, mabuhay ang IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN, mabuhay po ang IECEP, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Good evening to everyone.
Ayun. So thank you so much, Engineer Lan. Okay, so actually, kami po dapat magpasalamat kasi ilang guests and ilang VIPs po yung nandito ngayon sa ating webinar. So IECEP-SOC is truly blessed with all your presence and of course with all your support. So as we are about to conclude our webinar, once again guys, thank you so much, and we know we already have exceeded our promised time, no? Until 6 p.m. lang. And to wrap up our webinar, let us hear a closing remarks from our brilliant and creative man. And he is known because of his vigor and avidity in serving IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN Governor, Engineer Earl June L. Heraldez.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yan, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you for that, Engineer Hannah. I think my audio is okay now.
Yes, sir. Opo, sir.
Okay, so again to the IECEP National President, Dr. Michelle Dilawas, ma'am, thank you very much na pinaunlakan niyo po ang imbitasyon namin to be our inducting officer. Ma'am, thank you very much. In spite of your busy schedule, you gave us time. Yung ano ba, yung ano tawag nun, di mo kami matitiis kasi homegrown tayo. To the IECEP National Vice President for Internal Affairs, ang ating National OPA, o di ba? Ikaw yung National OPA natin, Engineer Lyle. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence here, sir, and your for encouraging message. To our beloved immediate past governor, ang alindog mo, Gov, ay ang iyong alindog ay abot sa kalawakan. Teka muna, sa daigdig pa muna. To our beloved immediate past governor, Ma'am Tanya Osorio, you have done a great job, and we are so proud of you, and we are happy that you have set the standard, you have set the mark that we can start on. Yung mga ginawa mo, yun po yung magiging threshold namin for doing better. To my fellow Board of Trustees, Engineer Bai, Engineer King, Engineer Tony, Engineer Kiara, Engineer Raya, Engineer VJ, Felm, Engineer Kirby, Engineer Hannah, and Engineer Macbeth. To my dear friends, mga kaparo-paro G ko dyan, IECEP Qatar Governor, Engineer Zhang, and the IECEP Secretary General, and also the former Governor of IECEP Singapore, Engineer Paolo, and also Engineer Ken is here also. If he's listening, he's in monitor. Hello sa iyo, Sir Ken. And to the rest of our VIPs. And let me just mention these chapters because we tried to make this event as intimate as possible for IECEP-SOCCS, but yet given the 24-hour of opening publicizing this, they were excited and they even joined our webinar. So to the IECEP Bataan chapter members, Bicol, Bohol, Bulacan, Cagayan Valley, CAR, Cavite, Cebu, Davao, Iloilo, KSA, CRC, Laguna, Lupang, Manila, Mindoro, Negros Occidental, Negros Oriental, North Mindanao, Pampanga, Quezon City, Singapore, Tarlac, and the two best chapters of the members of the best chapters, Rizal and Qatar. Thank you very much po sa pag-attend nyo at pag-witness ng induction of officers of IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN. And of course, to my beloved members of the IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN chapter, good evening po sa inyong lahat. So you know what, guys, in events, we are used of opening with bands, may mga pabanda tayo, may mga pa-entourage, or sometimes even fireworks, right? But earlier, sumabay sa opening remarks natin with past Governor Engineer Tanya, isang moderate yet deep na 5.5 magnitude na earthquake na tumama dito sa Jensen. The epicenter may not be near here, pero indeed, sabi nga ni Engineer Hannah kanina, IECEP-SOCCS shakes. Akalain mo nga naman, the nature is celebrating with us. The nature is agreeing with us, is nodding. Because what should we celebrate for? I mean, it's not a what, it's a who. It's you whom we should celebrate for. You members are our thriving factors for the sake of selfless service. And also our dear beneficiaries of the chapter's activities, the CSR. As long as there are supportive members, hardworking Board of Trustees, and there are people in need of IECEP-SOCCS chapter, this chapter will stay alive. This chapter will keep aiming high and higher and be an inspiration, like what IECEP Qatar and IECEP Rizal did to the IECEP community. Nasabi ko nga kabi, iba talaga kasi kung meron tayong gigil factor na panindigan natin yung sinumpaang salaysay, yung oath natin, lagyan natin ng grit for us to do better. And ayoko na din pababain speech natin, but for me to end these closing remarks, IECEP-SOCCS, like the earthquake earlier, will vibrate with vibrance of the color of the year. And as usual, allow me to declare to you our battle cry for this year. It will be dynamically vivifying the IECEP-SOCCS very petty. Why am I saying very petty? This year, our goal will be, ang minsan nga sinasabi nila, this will be our framework of our chapter. it will be a PERI, P-E-R-I. First, it should be a very progressive chapter. We just don't stop on what we did last year. Instead, we keep on doing more with the help of the members and, of course, with the rest of our stakeholders, our partners, and the Board of Trustees. Next, IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN should be very engaging. We should reach out more with our CXR activities. We should remember the roots. We should ask ourselves, why did we have this chapter? And go back to the roots. So it should be very engaging, not just to the members, but also to the society. Our IECEP-SOC should be a very reconnecting chapter. Our inactive members, we should encourage them. We should tell them, hey, the IECEP-SOC is now thriving. The IECEP-SOC is now nagbibigay tayo ng mga webinars, nagbibigay tayo ng activities for us to be involved with, for us to put a purpose in our chapter. We should be reconnecting to our inactive members. And lastly, for our active members, we should be very imbuing. Because in this world, we have a transition going on. And like what our national presidents earlier said, we are embracing digital transformation. And IECEP-SOC will be one with this goal. We should give a nod to the rising trends. And how do we do that? Well, we can do that with the continuous guidance of our beloved national president, Dr. Michelle Lawas, with our Council of Active Governors, Engineer Romeo Borgos, Engineer Fordio Mortera, Engineer Dario Nesperos, and Engineer Amigable. Of course, with the close guidance of our immediate past governor, Engineer Tanya Osorio. So with that, I would like to say congratulations to all IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN chapter. Thank you, Engineer Sajid, at pinabungad mo kami ng isang napakagandang webinar. And also thank you, Engineer Hannah. You made us very proud, and welcome to the team. And we look forward to doing more for IECEP-SOCCS with you. So thank you very much, and have a pleasant night, everyone. Please keep on being involved in our activities. We are begging you that. We're asking you for that. And let's keep on growing together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Gov Earl Heraldez, ano. And ramdam namin yung giggle mo, sir. Actually, si Earth nagigil din, no? Nagbalindol din. So, giggle with Lindol as per Sir Zhang. And so, it is true that the key also now is the moment nabigyan din natin sila ng spotlight. I mean, so may I request our participants to please turn on your camera, for this is our moment to shine. We will be having our photo op with, of course, our guests and other participants. Ayan, so tignan natin yung mga nagagandahang face natin. Tignan natin dyan. Ilang page ba tayo? Ayan, okay. Ayan, so thank you po ng marami, and thank you po sobra, kasi lumampas tayo again, but then marami pa po ang nandito na nakaantabay sa atin. Ayan. Okay, so may we request everybody to please give us your sweetest smile. Okay, ayan. So, taking a screenshot. Okay. Okay. So, meron pang dumadagdag. So, ayan. Sige. Ilang page ba tayo? Okay. So, okay. I'll be taking the screenshots in 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay. Page 2. In 3, 2, 1. And smile. Okay, yung page 3 naman natin. This is the last page. Okay. Smile. Okay, so thank you everyone. Thank you po talaga sa warm welcome ninyo sa first technical webinar ni IECEP-SOCCSKSARGEN, of course. And of course, we would like to remind everybody, this is our official hashtags use this when you post it on your social media. IECEP Socks, IECEP Sustainable, one IECEP Puso, IECEP Puso rather, and Mabuhay IECEP. So this has been a very productive and very interactive webinar, and we would like to thank you everyone for participating. And also, once again, this is your moderator, Hannah, and we are looking forward to seeing you again in our upcoming IECEP-SOCCS activities. So please visit always our official Facebook page as well as support our IECEP activities. So once again, this is Hannah, your moderator, signing off.
Rock